I want to start with something small. Not the first scene of the show, we'll get there, but something I keep thinking about every time I come back to this world. There's a moment right at the top of episode 1, barely a couple of minutes in, where Rick Grimes is walking through an abandoned petrol station looking for fuel. He's on a deserted Georgia highway, cars overturned and scattered across the road, and the camera just watches him walk. No music, no other people, no voiceover telling you what you're about to watch. He looks around, finds a handmade sign that reads, "No gas," and turns back. That's it. The most ordinary thing imaginable. A man looking for petrol and not finding any. What strikes me about that moment every time I watch it is how comfortable it is with its own quiet. Before the horror starts, before the walker appears, there's just a man in a deputy's uniform in the silence of a world that has already ended, and the show doesn't rush to fill that silence. It just puts you in it. Most television would have scored that moment with something ominous and told you how to feel. This one gave you the empty station and the handmade sign and trusted you to understand what they meant. That quality, the willingness to let things breathe, to not explain what doesn't need explaining, is part of what I've always loved about The Walking Dead at its best. And it's the quality I want to bring to tonight, because this is a big world. The original series ran for 11 seasons, from 2010 to 2022, across 177 episodes. And that's before the spin-offs. Dead City, Daryl Dixon, The Ones Who Live, more in the pipeline. Taken all together, we're talking about close to 15 years of in-universe history, set in a world that had to rebuild itself from essentially nothing. That's a lot of lore, a lot of world building that accumulated across more than a decade, some of it brilliantly executed, some of it less so, all of it part of the same continuous universe. The plan tonight is to move through all of it at a steady pace. No urgency, no building toward a payoff that requires you to stay alert. Each section of this video is completely self-contained, which means if you lose the thread somewhere in the middle of the NE gun arc, or drift off while I'm working through the France chapters, that's completely fine. That's the whole point of this format. There's no payoff in the back half you need to hold on for. If you want to subscribe while you're here, the button's just below. It makes a real difference to the channel. Whenever you're ready. No hurry. So, the world of The Walking Dead. I should say up front that I've spent a slightly embarrassing amount of time in this world over the years. Watching it when it first aired, re-watching specific arcs, going back to reread the original Robert Kirkman comics that the show was based on. The early seasons especially have a texture I keep returning to. Something about the light in Georgia, the specific silence of that emptied out world, the way the camera would settle on faces for long enough that you actually had to read them. It felt in those first couple of seasons unlike anything else on television at the time. The premise is, on its surface, familiar. A zombie apocalypse. The dead have risen. Modern civilization has collapsed. The surviving living have to figure out what comes next. It's a premise with decades of genre history attached to it, from George Romero's work onwards, and Walking Dead was always in conscious conversation with that history. But the show's specific interest, the thing that set it apart when it was at its best, was in what happens after the immediate crisis. Not the outbreak itself, not the frantic days of running and hiding, but the longer and much harder project of figuring out what it means to be a society again. What rules do you apply, and where do those rules come from? Who makes decisions, and on what authority? What do you do with people who threaten the group? Can you hold on to anything resembling ethics in a world that seems, at every turn, to be arguing against it? Those questions are what the lore is really about, underneath the walkers, and the barbed wire, and the dramatic deaths. The show is based on the comic series by Robert Kirkman and Tony Moore, first published in 2003, which ran until 2019. The television series diverged from the comics fairly significantly in places. Characters were invented for the show, Others died at different times or survived when the comics killed them. Whole storylines developed differently. But the core questions translated faithfully. Kirkman was always interested in the long game. Not what happens in the first week after the dead rise, but what happens in year 3, year 5, year 10. What kind of person are you after a decade of this? And what does the society you've built actually look like? That long game perspective is built into the world's lore in some interesting ways. The main series spans roughly a decade of in-universe time, from the moment Rick wakes up in that hospital to the final episode in 2022. A lot happens in that decade. Communities rise and fall. Power structures emerge and collapse. Children grow up knowing nothing else. People who started the apocalypse as fairly ordinary human beings become something quite different, sometimes better and sometimes not, and usually something that can't easily be measured on either scale. And then the spin-offs extend that timeline further. Dead City is set several years after the main series ends. Daryl Dixon runs roughly concurrent with the later main series before extending past it. The Ones Who Live covers the years between Rick's disappearance in Season 9 and his eventual return. Each one is adding to the map, filling in corners of a world that the original show could only gesture at. Tonight, we're going to cover all of it, the world before the fall and what we actually know about it. How the dead work according to the show's own carefully developed rules. The major characters, Rick, Daryl, Carol, Michonne, Negan, and several others, and the full arc of each of them. The major storylines and what they were really about, and then the spin-offs, each of which I think is doing something specific and worth examining on its own terms. I'll be working through all of it methodically, my own reactions where they fit, digressions where they're worth having, because a video this long should have some texture to it. And I'll try not to repeat myself, though with a world this large, a certain amount of callback is probably inevitable. There's one more thing worth saying at the start, which is that this show covers a lot of death, a lot of loss. It treats grief with more seriousness than most popular television, and some of the character arcs we're going to talk about tonight are quite heavy. I'll mention when we're heading into particularly difficult territory. But the nature of a show that runs this long and cares this much about its characters is that by the time we're done, you'll have spent a lot of time with people you become attached to, and some of them won't make it. That's part of the world too. And the show, when it was working, never let you forget it. Settle in. There's a lot of ground to cover. Let's start with the question the show itself never quite answers: what the world looked like before it ended. Since we're talking about the world of The Walking Dead, I should say a little more about what makes this particular franchise worth spending hours with, rather than just catching up on a summary. There are plenty of shows you can summarize and feel like you've had the experience. Walking Dead is not really one of them. What makes it work when it works is accumulation. The gradual building of character and context until a moment that might look small from the outside carries the weight of years of watching. Take any of the show's best scenes out of context and they range from puzzling to mildly interesting. The context is what makes them devastating. And the context is built slowly, over many episodes, in the way of a world that doesn't apologize for requiring your patience. The show was adapted from the comic series Robert Kirkman began in 2003, which he described in an early letter column as wanting to be the zombie movie that never ends. The pitch was that the most interesting part of any zombie film is always what happens after the immediate crisis, after the group establishes its first refuge, and nobody ever got to see it because films end. The comic and then the show were the answer to that question. What happens after? What happens, it turns out, is everything. The full range of human experience just compressed into a context where the stakes are higher and the consequences are faster. Love and community and politics and grief and the particular problem of children and what you raise them to be and how you protect them without making them into something you wouldn't recognise. All of it, just with more walkers in the background. The show aired on AMC, which at the time was in the middle of establishing itself as a prestige drama network. Breaking Bad was in its prime. Mad Men was ongoing. The Walking Dead joined that slate and, for several years, was drawing more viewers than either of those shows. Peak viewership across seasons 3 through 5, making it one of the most watched things on American cable television. Numbers the network hadn't seen before. Numbers that, inevitably, attracted the kind of attention that changes how a show gets made. We don't need to go too deeply into the production history, because this is a lore video, not a rise and fall analysis. But it's worth knowing that the scale of the show's success is part of its story. The pressures that came with having a cultural phenomenon on your hands, the expanded episode orders, the spin-off greenlight, the behind-the-scenes creative tensions, all of that is background to why the show's later seasons sometimes feel different from the earlier ones. Tonight, though, we're spending time in the world rather than around it. And the world is a fascinating place, the kind someone spent years building, even if the building wasn't always done consistently. One more practical note before we move into the lore properly. When I reference episodes by name throughout this video, I'll do so because The Walking Dead has one of the more thoughtful episode titling practices in the franchise. Names like Clear, The Grove, Here's Not Here do actual thematic work and are worth knowing. But you don't need to have seen every episode to follow what I'm talking about. I'll always give you enough context. Right, let's talk about what the world was before it ended. The most important thing The Walking Dead ever decided was what not to tell you. Most apocalyptic fiction, when it sets up its world, feels obligated to explain the mechanism. A virus with a specific name, a laboratory accident with a specific origin, patient zero, the spread, the timeline of collapse. We get the explanation because it feels like information we're owed. If the world is going to fall apart, we want to understand what pushed it over. Walking Dead made a different choice and stuck with it across 11 years of television and dozens of comic issues. We never find out how the outbreak started. Not definitively, not ever. And I think that choice is one of the more quietly significant decisions in the whole franchise, because it changes what kind of story you're telling. If you know the origin, the story becomes partly about that origin, about the mistake or the malice or the accident that set everything in motion. If you don't know the origin, the story becomes entirely about what happens next. The world ended. Here we are. What do we do with that? That said, the show isn't completely silent about the before. There are details glimpsed and accumulated across many seasons that build up a picture of what the world looked like before Rick opened his eyes in that hospital. It's worth spending some time on those details because they do a lot of quiet work. Let's start with what we know about Rick's life before the hospital. Rick Grimes was a sheriff's deputy in a rural county in Georgia. Small-town law enforcement, the kind of job where you know most of the people you're dealing with, where the crises are domestic disputes and traffic incidents and the occasional armed robbery, not anything on a scale that would prepare you for what was coming. He had a partner and close friend named Shane Walsh, who we'll spend more time on later, and a wife named Laurie, and a son named Carl, who was maybe 9 or 10 years old when the outbreak happened. A good life, by ordinary measures, a comfortable life, nothing about it particularly remarkable. The morning Rick gets shot, which happens in the episode's pre-outbreak flashback, 2 months before the present-day timeline, he and Shane are eating in their police cruiser, talking about women and relationships and the small domestic difficulties of Rick's marriage. It's deliberately mundane. The conversation is the kind of conversation you've had or overheard 100 times. And then the radio cracks to life with a high-speed pursuit. And they both go, and Rick ends up taking a bullet in the chest, and he goes into a coma, and the world ends while he's under. The specificity of that ordinariness matters. The show is making a choice about who its central character is. Not a soldier, not a scientist, not anyone with specialized knowledge that would be particularly useful in an apocalypse. Just a man with a gun and a badge and a moderate amount of practical competence. The extraordinary thing the show is doing is starting with the most ordinary possible person and then watching what the world makes of him. We get glimpses of other characters before lives in similar ways. Herschel Green, whose farm becomes the setting for season 2, was a veterinarian and farmer who had been running his land in Green family for generations. He was a religious man with complicated feelings about alcohol, a former drinker who'd found his way back to sobriety. He had 2 daughters, Maggie and Beth, and a son who died in the early outbreak. His wife had also died, turned, and was in his barn, a detail that becomes central to one of the show's best sequences. Carol Pell Artie, one of the show's most remarkable character evolutions, and we'll spend a full section on her later, was in an abusive marriage to a man named Ed. The show gives you just enough of that before life to understand where she starts, and to make what she becomes feel meaningful. Glenn Rhee was a pizza delivery driver in Atlanta. That's the job, pizza delivery, and yet he becomes one of the most capable and essential members of the group almost immediately, because competence in the apocalypse turns out not to correlate neatly with pre-apocalypse status. Glenn knowing the streets of Atlanta from his delivery routes is more useful in the first few episodes than almost any professional credential anyone else has. And then there's the CDC. The first season's finale takes the group to the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta, which has by that point been reduced to a single survivor, Dr. Edwin Jenner, who has been alone in the facility for months, running experiments, watching the automated systems slowly fail, and waiting for a power source that is almost out of fuel. The group spends the night there. There's wine and hot showers and the brief disorienting comfort of a place that still feels like the old world. And then Dr. Jenner shows them something that changes the meaning of everything they thought they understood. He shows them what he calls TS-19, Test Subject 19. It's a recording, the last recording, of a brain scan taken as a volunteer, was infected and died and reanimated. You watch the brain activity on the scan go dark as death occurs. And then several minutes later, you watch parts of it reignite. Not all of it, just the lower portions, the brainstem, the most ancient and basic structures, the parts that handle locomotion and basic survival responses. The thinking, feeling, remembering self stays dark. The part that gets up and walks is something much simpler than a person. It's the minimum viable process for a human body to move and react to stimuli, with nothing behind it that we'd recognise as a mind. That recording is the closest the show ever gets to a scientific explanation, and it's still quite limited. Jenner doesn't know how the pathogen spreads, or where it came from. He knows what it does to brain tissue. He knows that it's global, that every single facility he had contact with went dark, that there was no safe corner of the world that didn't experience the same outbreak. He knows that the vaccine and cure research was abandoned because the resources to pursue it no longer existed. But the really significant thing he tells them, the detail that changes the premise of the show from this point forward, comes almost as an aside. He mentions it to Rick quietly, in a whispered exchange that Rick keeps to himself for most of the following season. Everyone is already infected. The pathogen isn't transmitted only through bites. It's not a contagion you catch from the dead. It's in every living person, every survivor, every child born after the outbreak. When you die, from any cause, a bite or a fever, or old age or a bullet or a fall, you reanimate. The bite doesn't infect you. The bite just kills you faster, through the bacterial infection of a wound contaminated with dead flesh. Without treatment, that infection becomes fatal quickly, and then you come back. This means Rick's group isn't fighting to avoid infection. They're all already infected. They're managing a world where every death carries a second consequence, where someone has to be present every time someone dies to make sure they don't come back, where the logistics of mortality become considerably more complicated in ways they weren't before. It's a remarkable piece of lore, quietly dropped into the Season 1 finale, and its implications run through everything that follows. When Shane eventually threatens to become more dangerous than the walkers outside the fence, and Rick makes the choice he makes, the fact that Shane would have come back regardless removes any moral ambiguity the show might have offered as a buffer. Everyone comes back. That's the world. Now, the origin of the outbreak itself, the question of where the infection came from, who had it first, how it spread to the whole planet, seemingly simultaneously, that question stays open. Kirkman has confirmed in interviews that he never intended to answer it, and that the point was always to focus on the survivors rather than the event. There are fan theories, obviously. There are a few small pieces of lore in the extended universe that gesture at certain possibilities, but nothing definitive. I think that's the right call, honestly. The more the show tried to explain the mechanics of its world in detail, the less interesting those mechanics became. The things Walking Dead leaves unexplained are consistently more compelling than the things it spells out. What the show does give you, in place of an origin, is a sense of the texture of the before, the accumulation of small details that adds up to a world recognizable as our own. The highway full of abandoned cars, the wheels still turned away as if someone had tried to pull off the road in a hurry, the houses still set for meals that were never eaten, the hospitals with their emergency protocols half executed, the shelves of shops slowly cleared and then emptied by people who grabbed what they needed and never came back. The before is always there in the background of The Walking Dead, present in the ruins, in the objects that survive their owners, in the habits of people who keep reaching for social courtesies and professional titles that no longer mean anything. Herschel kept being called Doctor. The police officers kept wearing their uniforms. People kept saying please and thank you in situations where please and thank you had lost most of their practical function. That persistence, the slow, involuntary survival of before-world habits in an afterworld context, is one of the more quietly true things the show did. We are made of our pasts in ways we can't fully choose, and that applies to the end of the world as much as anything else. By the time the show reaches its later seasons, the before is increasingly distant. Jodith Grimes, born after the outbreak, doesn't really have a before life. The children who survived are growing up in something that is, for them, simply the world. The grief of the before belongs to the older characters, the ones who remember, and that grief, carried quietly, expressed rarely, accumulating into the specific weight that Carl Grimes carries even as a teenager, who would barely remember the old world, is one of the more interesting through lines in the show's lore. We're not going to spend too much time on what the world was before, partly because the show doesn't, and partly because the point was never really the before. But it's worth knowing what it left behind, because the people who survived it are made of it in ways the show keeps finding again and again across every season. There's a piece of Walking Dead lore that gets discussed less than it deserves, which is the specific geography of where the show is set and what that geography implies about the survivor population. The Walking Dead is set primarily in Georgia, the Atlanta metro area for the first season, then the rural counties south and east of Atlanta for most of seasons 2 through 4. This isn't an arbitrary setting choice. Georgia, in 2010, when the show premiered, had a specific texture, a major metropolitan area surrounded by large stretches of suburban and rural development, a state where the cultural gap between city and countryside was visible and politically meaningful. The show's consistent interest in that gap, in the difference between people who came from one context and people who came from the other, in the specific competencies and blind spots that each produced, is partly a product of its setting. The highway imagery that opens the pilot and that recurs throughout the first season is also specifically Georgian, American interstate infrastructure, the roads of the New South, built for car culture and now useless to it. All those cars just sitting there, the fuel still in the tanks, the infrastructure of an entire civilization frozen mid-use. When the show eventually expands its geography in later seasons to Washington, D.C. and its surroundings, to the Commonwealth in what appears to be Cincinnati, to the various communities of Virginia, the shift in landscape is one of the markers of how much the world has changed. The Georgia of Season 2 is rural and isolating. The Virginia of Season 10 has a different relationship to space. There's more of it, and it's been organised into something. The question of how survivor communities formed in the years between the outbreak and Rick's awakening is one the show gestures at without fully documenting. Rick was in his coma. For a period the show leaves ambiguous, long enough for supply chains to fail, for the Atlanta CDC to lose contact with all its satellite facilities, for the military to establish and then abandon the quarantine zones around major cities. How long is that? Months, probably. Maybe not quite a year. The world that Rick wakes into is already months into collapse, which means that the group at the Atlanta camp, Dale, Shane, Laurie, Glenn, the sisters, the others, has already been surviving and making decisions and building the informal social structure he walks into. What Shane built in that time, the group's security protocols, the resource gathering routines, the specific leadership structure that Rick immediately complicates, is never fully shown but is always implied. Shane was, in the months before Rick's arrival, the de facto leader of a functioning survivor group. He was doing it reasonably well. The friction between him and Rick when Rick arrives isn't just personal, it's the collision of two different leadership philosophies applied to the same people in the same setting, and neither of them is entirely wrong. There are other things the show reveals about the before world through the objects that survived it. Herschel's farm had medicine, legitimate, modern medicine, including the kind of antibiotics and wound care supplies that a rural farmhouse wouldn't ordinarily stock. The implication is that Herschel, a veterinarian, prepared. He saw what was coming early enough to acquire supplies. The show doesn't make this explicit, but it's there in the logistics. Herschel's farm is better supplied than it should be, which is the mark of someone who is paying attention before everyone else. The governor's wood, very similarly, implies pre-outbreak preparation. The generators, the fuel supply, the organised first aid capacity. Some of what the governor built was built after the outbreak, but the infrastructure of Woodbury was partly salvage and partly a community that formed around an existing nucleus of people who'd been ready. And then there's the CRM, which has been operating continuously from very early in the outbreak, implied in the ones who live, to have been established by people in government emergency continuity planning who had protocols for exactly this kind of civilization failure. The helicopter organisation that Rick glimpsed in Atlanta in Season 1 was already flying then. Someone, somewhere, made the decision very early to stop trying to save everyone and start trying to save enough. That decision, who counts as enough, what's worth saving, who gets left behind, is the shadow the CRM casts over the entire franchise. We'll come back to it in the section on the ones who live. For now, the point is simply that the before world wasn't passive when it ended. Some people were ready, some people were watching, and the things they built in the immediate chaos are still shaping the world a decade later. There's a detail in the pilot episode that most people don't clock the first time they watch it. When Rick encounters his first walker, the half-bodied woman in the park, reaching toward him from the grass, his instinct is to apologise. He looks at her and says, quietly, "I'm sorry this happened to you." And then he shoots her. It's a small moment, maybe 10 seconds, easily overlooked in the rush of establishing the premise. but it says something important about how the show was thinking about the dead from the very beginning, not as monsters, or not only as monsters, but as people who had something terrible happen to them. The horror isn't primarily in what they are, it's in what they were. The lore around how walkers actually work is one of the more carefully developed systems in the show, and it rewards a bit of close attention. So let's talk through it. The basic rules as the show establishes them are fairly clear. The dead reanimate after death, regardless of the cause of death, thanks to the pathogen that Dr. Jenner confirmed in Season 1 is already present in every living person. Once reanimated, walkers are driven by what appears to be a deeply vestigial version of the old survival imperatives. They seek stimulation. They react to sound and movement and smell. They move towards sources of activity. They are not, as far as the show's lore is concerned, thinking in any meaningful sense. They don't plan or coordinate or communicate. They just move towards stimulus and attempt to consume what they find, because the part of the brain that reactivated is the part that handles locomotion and basic threat response, not the part that handles thought or memory or language. To kill a walker, you have to destroy the brain. That's it. Fire won't stop them unless the fire eventually destroys the brain. Decapitation doesn't work unless you also destroy the head. And the show actually demonstrates this consistently and specifically, with decapitated walker heads continuing to snap and bite even after the body is inert. You need to destroy the brain, or severely enough damage it that the reactivated stem function can no longer sustain motor activity. One thing the show handles fairly well, across its runtime, is walker deterioration. The dead are decaying. They've always been decaying. And as the years pass in universe, the original wave of reanimated dead is gradually rotting down to an increasingly limited state. Walkers you encounter in Season 9 or 10, nearly a decade into the apocalypse, are often barely recognizable, reduced to the structural minimum necessary for movement, their soft tissue largely gone, their pace slower, their sensory responses duller. The show never makes a point of this directly, but if you watch across the seasons, the population of walkers is visibly aging in a way that implies the long-term problem might be self-correcting, very slowly, given enough time. The smell camouflage trick, first used in the very first episode, when Rick and Glenn cover themselves in walker entrails to move through Atlanta, is one of the more interesting pieces of lore, because it works consistently across the show's entire run. The dead smell each other and don't react. Cover yourself in walker fluids and move slowly, and you can pass through a herd. This tells you something specific about how the dead process sensory information. Smell is primary in discrimination, and their olfactory system, whatever remains of it, functions well enough to register dead thing and classify it as non-threatening. The Whisperers in Seasons 9 and 10 take this principle to its logical extreme. They wear the skin of the dead, move at walker pace, blend into herds, and it works, reliably enough to be a sustained survival strategy for an entire community. Sort of horrifying when you think about the practical requirements of maintaining fresh skins. I'll spend more time on the Whisperers in their own section, but the point here is what their existence says about walker cognition. It's limited enough that the distinction between dead thing moving slowly and living person in dead skin moving slowly isn't one the walkers can make. The question of whether walkers change over time in any way beyond simple physical deterioration is one the show flirts with occasionally without fully committing to an answer. There are moments, particularly in the early seasons, where walkers seem to exhibit something like memory or recognition. A walker in Season 1's 5th episode, called Wildfire, seems to be drawn back to its home. Morgan's wife, Dwayne's mother, keeps returning to their family home in Season 1 and then again in Season 3, an echo of muscle memory or something more. The show presents these moments with ambiguity, neither confirming that some fragment of the old self persists, nor fully denying it. By the later seasons, that ambiguity is mostly abandoned. Walkers are obstacles, terrain, background noise. They're the weather. That shift from the dead as tragic former people to the dead as environmental hazard mirrors the psychological journey of the survivors, which is quite clever. The first walkers Rick encounters get his compassion and his apologies. By season 10, the surviving community leaders are thinking about herds the way you'd think about flood management. It's not that they've stopped caring about the people the walkers used to be, it's that they've had to make peace with the reality of the world they're actually living in, where the dead have been dead long enough that the personal tragedy of individual walkers is buried under a decade of accumulated distance. Now, talking a bit about the one significant walker variant the show introduces in the spin-offs. In Daryl Dixon, set in France, there's a type of walker referred to as a burner. Burners produce highly acidic bodily fluids. Contact with their blood or bite causes immediate and severe chemical burns on top of the regular injury. The lore implication is interesting, and the show is careful not to over-explain it. The acidic quality seems to be a regional variation, possibly linked to specific environmental conditions in France, or possibly a local mutation in how the pathogen expressed itself in a different biological and environmental context. Whatever the cause, burners are meaningfully more dangerous than standard walkers. A scratch from one isn't just a scratch. It's a chemical burn, as well as a wound, as well as the risk of systemic infection from dead flesh contamination. The existence of burners opens up a question the main show doesn't have to deal with, whether the pathogen is the same everywhere, or whether different environments produce different expressions of it. The main series is geographically limited enough, mostly the American Southeast and later the Mid-Atlantic, that regional variation wouldn't necessarily be apparent. Daryl Dixon, by moving to France, creates a useful case study, and the answer the show gestures at, without definitively stating, is that there may be meaningful variation in how the dead work depending on where in the world you are. That's an interesting piece of lore expansion, and it suggests that the wider TWD universe, as the spin-offs continue to develop it, might include other regional variations that the survivors in any particular location couldn't know about. The other significant wrinkle in how the dead work is the herd. Individual walkers are dangerous primarily because any physical altercation with one carries risk of injury. A cut, a bite, the bacterial contamination of a wound. But a single walker can be handled by almost anyone with a modicum of physical capability and a weapon they know how to use. The real threat has always been numbers. Herds. Herds form through a cascade mechanism. Sound attracts walkers. Those walkers' movement attracts more. Their noise attracts more. And the process compounds until you have a mass of them moving in a loose, coordinated flow. That's not coordination at all. It's just 1,000 separate stimulus response systems, all pointing the same direction. The show uses herds throughout its run as a set-piece threat, but the more interesting use is as a background condition. Communities in Walking Dead are always living with the awareness that a large enough noise event, or a herd that wanders too close to a settlement, could be existential. The herd management strategies the communities develop in the later seasons, the protocols for routing herds, the noise disciplines, the lookout systems, are some of the more interesting world-building the show does. It's the kind of detail that gets overlooked because it's not dramatic, but it's the kind of detail that makes the world feel real. People figured out over years that the dead can be redirected, that you can use sound to steer them, that a large enough noise in the right direction can pull a herd away from a settlement. That knowledge is part of what a community like Alexandria, or the Hilltop, or the Kingdom actually runs on. And then there's the Whisperer innovation, that a sufficiently organised community of humans can, with the right approach, effectively weaponize herds, can move them, can direct them, can turn the most dangerous ambient threat in the world into a controllable force. We'll get to the Whisperers properly in their own section. For now, the point is simply that the dead in Walking Dead are not static background scenery. They're a system with its own logic, and the people who understand that logic best are the ones most capable of surviving. One more thing worth noting before we move on. The show, across its entire run, never fully lets you forget what the dead were. Even in the later seasons, even when walkers are essentially infrastructure, there are moments that pull you back to the tragedy of what you're looking at. A walker wearing a child's backpack, a walker in the uniform of a specific job, with a name tag still legible. The walkers in Herschel's barn, who were his wife and his neighbours and his son's friends, and whom he kept because he couldn't bring himself to accept the new rules of what they had become. The horror of Walking Dead has always been quieter than the genre usually goes for. Not jump scares and gore, though there's plenty of both. The quieter horror is this, that the dead were people, that they were someone's family, and that the world has ended in such a way that loving them is now dangerous. That the only mercy available to them is the same mercy you'd show any threat to your survival. That's what Rick was apologising for in the park in episode 1. That's what the show has been circling all the way through its run. Let's talk about the herd more specifically, because I think the show's use of herds across its run is one of its underappreciated narrative tools. The first properly large-scale herd sequence in the show happens in Season 2, when a massive migration of walkers passes through the farm at night. The group hides. The herd moves through. Cars, walkers, thousands of them in the dark. The sound of footsteps and low moaning, and Rick's group barely breathing in the tree line. The herd doesn't find them. It keeps moving, and then it's gone. What that sequence establishes, more clearly than any of the individual walker encounters in Season 1, is the scale of the dead population and the specific logic of surviving it. You can't fight a herd. You can't outrun a herd in the open. The only viable response is concealment and patience. The herd is the weather. You wait for it to pass. The Season 9 herd, which becomes the Whisperer's weapon in the later seasons, is a different kind of herd because it's managed. The Whisperers had been building this herd for months or possibly years, diverting walkers toward it, adding to it, maintaining its direction through careful guidance. The result is a mass of hundreds of thousands of dead that can be pointed, like an extremely slow and extremely unstoppable weapon, at a community. There's a logistical question the show somewhat sidesteps, which is how the Whisperers manage the herd's feeding requirement. Walkers don't need to eat to survive. They're already dead, but they're drawn toward food sources in a way that would potentially diffuse a large herd over time if the walkers were encountering large enough prey. The show implies the Whisperers managed this somehow without getting into the specifics, which is probably the right call. The comic actually developed the herd lore more extensively than the show did in places, including a sequence where communities developed protocols for herd management as an ongoing civic function, identifying approaching herds, coordinating diversions, maintaining the safety corridors that kept settlements viable. The show gestured at this in Seasons 9 and 10, particularly through the Commonwealth's approach in the later episodes, but didn't fully develop it. There are also smaller pieces of Walker lore that accumulate across the show's run that I find interesting in it in aggregate. The ability to mask yourself with Walker smell, which we covered, but there's a related technique that involves understanding Walker movement patterns well enough to exploit them. Michonne does this instinctively, from very early on. Part of what makes her so capable in Walker-dense environments is that she reads the dead the way experienced sailors read wind and current. She knows where the flow is, which direction a given cluster is moving, where the choke points are. Carol becomes similarly expert. There's a sequence in Season 5 where she moves through Tiur Maithnas in a walker disguise, using the chaos of the attack she's creating as cover, navigating the herd within the compound with a precision that implies she's thinking about walker movement the way a choreographer thinks about crowd management. She knows exactly where she can be and still be ignored. The show is fairly consistent about the physical capabilities of walkers across its run, which is worth noting because a lot of zombie fiction isn't. The dead can climb stairs, but they're slow about it. They can't coordinate to open doors, but they can push through weakened barriers given enough numbers and time. They can hear through walls and react to sound through floors. Their grip strength is still significant. The dead body's muscles are contracted in ways that make letting go highly difficult, which is why the show's many close-quarters scenes involve the very specific challenge of preventing a walker's hands from closing around you rather than simply avoiding their teeth. One detail the show introduces in Season 3 and maintains throughout: walkers that have been kept in very dark environments or have been dormant for very long periods are harder to detect on approach because they've slowed down even further than active walkers. The dormant walker in Herschel's barn is the first instance of this. Kept in enclosed, dark space, the walkers in the barn are in some kind of suspended state. This becomes plot relevant in several later episodes, and it's the kind of careful consistency that rewards attention. The show's handling of walker smell is also worth a final note. Walkers emit an odour that is, presumably, the odour of decomposing tissue. Living people carry a different smell, not just blood, but warmth, breath, the biochemistry of a living organism. Walkers can apparently detect this difference when the contrast is stark, which is why the entrail disguise works only for a limited window and fails if you start perspiring heavily or sustaining physical exertion. The camouflage is imperfect and time-limited. The show maintains this consistently, all of which is to say, The Walking Dead are a very specific kind of threat, governed by very specific rules, and the communities that thrive in the Walking Dead world are the ones that understand those rules well enough to build their survival strategies around them. The best way I can describe Rick Grimes as a character is this: he is the most believable man in an unbelievable situation. Not the most competent, not the most heroic in any conventional sense, not the wisest or the most tactical or the most morally consistent, just the most believable, the character whose reactions across the full run, and then the 6th episode The Ones Who Live, feel like what an actual person might do if an actual person were put through all of this, which is a strange and specific quality to have, and it took Andrew Lincoln a long time to make it look easy. Let's go through it from the beginning. Rick wakes up alone in a hospital in Georgia. He doesn't know how long he's been unconscious, long enough for his IV drip to run dry, long enough for the ward to be abandoned, long enough for the doors to be blocked with crude makeshift barricades. He finds the cafeteria. The double doors are chained from the outside, and through the gap between them, hands reach toward the light. Just hands in the dark. That image, hands in the dark, through chained doors, is as economical a piece of horror as the show ever produced. He makes it outside. Bicycle in a park, half a woman on the ground, reaching toward him. He falls backward, picks himself up, rides the bicycle away. He doesn't know anything yet. He doesn't know about the dead. Not really. He doesn't know about the infection. He doesn't know where his wife and son are. He doesn't know the army has been through, or that Atlanta is overrun, or that the world has ended. He knows his hospital is empty, and there are dead people moving, and something has gone very wrong. That's all he's working with. And the character the show establishes in those first 10 minutes of almost no dialogue is exactly who Rick Grimes needs to be for the next 11 years. Resourceful, methodical, not prone to panic, capable of absorbing the impossible without being completely undone by it. He's not fearless. He's afraid, and you can see it. He just doesn't let the fear make his decisions. He finds Morgan Jones and his son Dwayne in a neighbouring house. Morgan, one of the show's great recurring characters, who we'll see again in very different circumstances much later, has been surviving in his neighbourhood, fortifying the house, navigating his own tragedy. His wife Jenny was bitten early in the outbreak. She died, she came back, and she keeps returning to the house, drawn by what Morgan believes is some fragment of memory. He can't bring himself to shoot her. He knows he should. He can't. That inability, the failure to do the necessary thing because love gets in the way, is the first version of a tension the show returns to constantly. The world requires a kind of clarity that grief makes almost impossible. You can't afford to hesitate, and yet every walker was someone, and grief doesn't follow the new rules any better than the old habits do. Rick gets his family back in Atlanta, Laurie and Carl, who had survived with Shane, and spends season 1 doing the thing Rick does, taking responsibility for more people than is necessarily wise, because the alternative is watching people who need help not get it. Season 2, on Herschel's farm, is where Rick's character gets properly tested for the first time. The season is slow by design, quieter than almost any other stretch of the show, and it uses that space to explore what the characters actually think about their situation when they're not in immediate danger. Rick believes, for most of season 2, that the world they knew is recoverable, that there will be rescue, that the rules they operated by before are still the rules. Shane, who has had more time to reckon with the reality of the apocalypse, believes none of those things, and the argument between them, which is ultimately an argument about what kind of people you're allowed to become in a world like this one, runs through the entire second season. Shane's death at Rick's hands is the moment season 2 was building toward. Rick kills Shane in the field, in the dark, to protect himself, and because Shane had become dangerous and because there was no other option. And then Carl shoots the reanimated Shane because he knows now that everyone comes back. 2 Grimes men killing Shane Walsh, the man who loved Laurie, the man who kept Carl safe when Rick was in the coma, the man who was also, by that point, genuinely threatening Rick's life. The show doesn't make it clean. It's not triumphant. It's just the thing that had to happen. After Shane, Rick changes. The famous "This is not a democracy anymore" speech at the end of season 2 gets quoted a lot as a character turning point. The moment Rick became the Rick-tatorship, as the show eventually calls it, half affectionately. But what that speech is really about is someone who has just killed his best friend and watched his son shoot the reanimated version, and is trying to find a way to make that sustainable. If he's going to make decisions like that, decisions that kill people he loves, then he can't also keep pretending that everyone gets an equal vote on what happens next. The logic is cold, but it's not irrational. The prison era seasons 3 and 4 is where Rick's arc becomes properly complex. He finds the prison and clears it, and for the first time there's the possibility of something stable, something defensible, something worth protecting, and then the governor exists and everything becomes about the prison and what you'll do to keep it. There's a stretch in season 4 where Rick steps back from leadership, deliberately. He's been told by the people he trusts, by Herschel especially, that he's lost himself somewhere in the decisions, that he needs to find his way back to being a person before he can be a leader again. He grows tomatoes, he tends a small garden, he lets other people handle the governance. It's a temporary abdication, and the show frames it as necessary, as something Rick needed, even knowing that it can't last. It doesn't last. It never does. After the prison falls, and it falls catastrophically, with Herschel killed and the community scattered across the Georgia countryside, Rick and Carl are alone for a stretch that the show uses to do something quietly important. Rick is physically damaged from the fight. He's barely conscious, lying on a couch, unable to protect Carl, unable to do anything. Carl has to manage alone. And then Carl has a conversation with his father. who he can't tell is asleep or dead or coming back, where he says the things he hasn't been able to say, that Rick's leadership was wrong sometimes, that he could manage without him, that he might be better off. And then Rick wakes up and says, "Carl, just that." And Carl breaks down, and everything he just said dissolves, because he's still 12 years old, and his dad is still his dad. And that sequence is probably the most honest the show ever got about the specific way children in crisis have to be both tougher than they can really manage, and still children underneath. What the Claimed Group episode in Season 4 adds to Rick's arc, and this is a dark one, is a demonstration of what the world without Rick's particular moral code actually looks like. The marauders who take over the house where Rick is hiding are not cartoonish villains. They're people operating by a consistent set of rules. Their rules are brutal and exploitative, but they're internally coherent. Rick survives his encounter with them by being more decisive than they expected. He bites a man's throat out in a close quarters struggle with no other option available. Then he kills him properly. Then he walks away. He's disturbed by what he did. He tells Michonne about it. He's not sure who he is anymore, if this is who he is. That moral uncertainty, not guilt exactly, more a sincere confusion about what the rules are and whether he's still following them, runs through the rest of his arc. The Alexandria arc, beginning in Season 5, is in some ways the cruelest thing the show does to Rick. He arrives at a functioning community, clean and organised, and full of people who have been relatively protected from the worst of the world. And rather than feeling like a relief, it makes him suspicious. He can't trust it. He's been outside too long, in conditions too harsh, and the comfort of Alexandria doesn't feel like safety. It feels like vulnerability. He looks at the walls and sees what could breach them. He looks at the people and sees how badly prepared they are. He's right about all of it, more or less. But he's also, for a while, quite frightening to the people around him. The man who keeps the group safe has become, from the outside, indistinguishable from the kind of man they need the walls to keep out. His arc in the NE Gun era, Seasons 6 through 8, we'll deal with in more detail when we get to NE Gun, because the two characters' arcs are deeply intertwined. What I'll say here is that the surrender Rick makes in Season 7, the period of apparent compliance while he rebuilds and plans, is the most politically interesting thing his character does. He's a man who was right about almost everything for years, whose rightness was consistently vindicated at the cost of enormous loss, deciding that for the moment he has to appear to be wrong. It's a different kind of authority than what he's exercised before, and it takes a different kind of discipline. And then the bridge, Season 9, the bridge over the river. A herd being diverted, a plan that was working until the dynamite went off early. Rick on a horse that breaks its leg. Rick alone in the middle of a road, with a massive herd converging from two directions and no exit. He rides toward the bridge. He fires into the dynamite with a flare gun. The bridge goes up. He goes with it, or so everyone thinks for several years. The helicopter that had been quietly appearing in the background of the show for seasons, the CRM helicopter, though we don't know that yet, takes him. He wakes up in a medical facility. And then begins the 6 years that become the ones who live, which is effectively a separate act of Rick's story that I'll address in that section properly. The short version is, he survived, he couldn't get home, and the person he became in those 6 years was someone doing his best to still be Rick Grimes when everything was trying to turn him into something else. What Rick Grimes adds up to, taken whole, is the show's central argument about what survival actually costs. He starts as a man with a simple moral code: protect the innocent, follow the law, believe in institutions, and spends a decade watching every part of that code get pressure tested and revised, and occasionally abandoned. He never becomes nihilistic. He never stops believing that the people around him are worth protecting. But the version of Rick Grimes who stands in the ruins of the Civic Republic military's Philadelphia headquarters, 6 years after the bridge, has absorbed so much that you have to look carefully to find the deputy from rural Georgia underneath all of it. He's still there. That's the point. That's what the show took 11 years and 4 spin-off episodes to argue. That you can lose almost everything the world made you and still be, in the ways that matter most, who you were. Whether the cost was worth it is a question the show asks and doesn't quite answer. But it asks it seriously. And that seriousness is part of what makes Rick Grimes one of the more complete central characters in television drama. There are several smaller Rick Grimes moments across the series that don't get discussed as much as the dramatic ones, and I want to spend some time on them because they're where the character is actually most interesting. The episode Clear, which I mentioned in the Michonne section but want to return to, is the show's best self-contained Rick episode. He goes back to his hometown with Michonne and Carl to get weapons. He finds Morgan, who has survived in a complete psychological breakdown. And what he does with Morgan is not try to fix him, or recruit him, or convince him that the world is survivable. He sits with him. He's honest about what he doesn't know. He talks to Morgan like someone who has also had to find his way through the darkest version of what the world does to you, and who isn't going to pretend the way back is straightforward. That's a specific quality in Rick that the louder scenes sometimes obscure. He's actually quite good at attending to people, not just protecting them, actually attending to them. The farmer period in season 4, which was controversial, which readers and viewers found slow and out of character, makes more sense when you understand it as Rick's attempt to preserve that quality in himself. The man who grew tomatoes and taught Carl to feed pigs wasn't retreating from leadership. He was trying to maintain the part of himself that made the leadership worth having. His relationship with Carl across all 11 seasons is the emotional core of his character, and it's worth spending a bit more time on the specific shape of that relationship. Rick does something unusual for a protagonist father in American genre television. He actually talks to his son. He tries with varying success to explain what he's doing and why. He tells Carl things that most parents in crisis would filter. Not everything. He protects Carl in appropriate ways, but more than most. And Carl, correspondingly, develops into someone who understands the world he lives in rather than being sheltered from it. The scene in season 4 where Carl explains to his father why he thinks he's a monster, why he's afraid of what he's become, is the clearest version of what their relationship makes possible. Carl can say the thing to Rick that nobody else in the group would say, because Rick has spent years making himself someone Carl can say it to, and Rick can receive it without becoming defensive, because he's been asking the same question about himself. The Alexandria period is where Rick's social skills become most strained, and in ways that are very specifically characterized. He knows his group is better at the world than the Alexandrians. He's right. He also doesn't handle that knowledge graciously, and the show doesn't let him off the hook for that. There's a sequence in season 5 where his internal monologue, delivered through a confession to Michonne, is essentially a plan to take Alexandria from its current residents if necessary. It's a jarring moment for a character we've been following for years. The show presents it without endorsing it, but also without fully condemning it. His handling of the Pete Anderson situation, a domestic abuser in Alexandria, who Rick's community cop instincts respond to before the community has sanctioned him to act, is the closest the show comes to showing Rick actually lose the thread. He pulls a gun on people, in public, at a community meeting. He's screaming. Michonne has to knock him out. He wakes up in a cell in a position he's put other people in. That sequence is important because the show is honest that Rick's instincts, which are usually right, can produce behaviour that is wrong. Being right about the threat doesn't make the response appropriate. The community's leader, Deanna, ultimately vindicates him. Pete is dangerous. Rick was right. But the manner of Rick's being right was still the problem. Being right badly is still being bad. And then there's the thing that happened in the episode A, Season 4's finale, which remains the most discussed piece of character work the show did with Rick in its middle seasons. Rick's group is captured by the Marauders, Joe's group, who had claimed the house Rick and Carl and me Sean were hiding in. Dan, one of the group, grabs Carl. And Rick, who has always operated within rules, who even when he killed Shane was doing it in a framework of necessity and not choice, bites Joe in the throat. With his teeth. He doesn't have a weapon, he uses his body, and then he kills the man threatening Carl with whatever comes to hand. With a sustained violence that goes well beyond necessity. The aftermath is what matters. Rick sitting against the van in the morning light, covered in other people's blood, Daryl watching him. And Rick saying quietly, "They messed with the wrong people," which sounds like bravado and is actually something closer to a diagnosis. He's not celebrating what he did. He's noting that the people who threatened Carl have found out something about him that maybe he had forgotten about himself, that there is no limit when Carl is in danger. That's Rick Grimes at his most elemental. Everything else, the governance, the negotiations, the moral framework, sits on top of that. Underneath it is a man who will do anything, literally anything, to keep his son alive. The show understood this about its protagonist and never let you fully forget it. There's a specific quality to the first 2 seasons of The Walking Dead that the show never quite recaptured, and I don't think that's a criticism. It's more that the early seasons were doing something structurally different from what came after, and what they were doing was easier to sustain when the world was still relatively new to both the characters and the audience. The Atlanta camp, where Rick finds Laurie and Carl and Shane, and a small group of other survivors at the end of the pilot, is the show's first attempt to answer the question of what a community looks like when you build one from scratch in the first few weeks of an apocalypse. The answer is informal, hierarchical, in ways nobody has fully agreed to, dependent on the most competent people to a degree that nobody's addressed yet. Shane is the de facto leader before Rick arrives. He's been protecting these people. He knows the terrain. He made the calls that needed to be made while Rick was unconscious, including the call about Laurie, which is a complicated story that the show handles with more compassion than it might have. The group at the Atlanta camp is a collection of strangers thrown together by circumstance. Dale Horvath, with his RV and his moral authority, the sisters Amy and Andrea, Glenn and T-Dog from various corners of Atlanta, Merle Dixon, and then his brother Daryl, Jim the mechanic with his quiet trauma, the Morales family, who eventually head toward Birmingham. These people don't have a shared history or shared values. They have proximity and the dead outside the fence, which is enough for a while. Dale is worth spending a moment on because he's easy to overlook, but does a lot of the show's early moral work. He's an older man with an RV and a persistent belief that the group ought to think about who they want to be, not just what they need to do to survive. He's impractical about this sometimes. He's moralistic in ways that can feel naive, but the show takes his position seriously, even when it also shows its limitations. The question Dale keeps asking, what kind of people do we want to be, is the question the show keeps asking across every season, in different voices. Amy dies in a walker attack on the camp in the 6th episode of season 1. She's killed and then she comes back, and then Andrea shoots her. It's the first death of a main character who'd had time to build into someone the audience knew, and the show handles it with real weight. Andrea holding Amy's body, the grief before the necessity of what has to happen next. The show would get better at this kind of moment as it developed, but this first attempt is honest about the fact that grief and practical necessity exist simultaneously, that you can be devastated by a loss and still have to do the thing the situation requires. The CDC episode, which I mentioned earlier in the context of Jenna's revelations, also carries something important about this early period. The group, for one night, experiences hot water and wine and clean clothes, and the feeling of safety. And then Jenna tells them the building is going to go up in a controlled explosion at dawn, and he tries to convince them to stay, to end it peacefully, in the building, before they have to face the world again. Most of them choose to leave. That choice to walk back out into the ruins rather than accept a clean ending establishes something about the group that the show keeps returning to. Season 2 on Herschel's farm is the most deliberate and the most patient stretch the show ever attempted. 2 episodes were spent searching for Sophia Pell, TA, Carol's daughter, who wandered off in a highway encounter in the season premiere and was lost in the Georgia woods. 2 episodes sounds reasonable. It was actually about 7 episodes, nearly half the season, with the search as the ongoing background condition, while other stories developed in the foreground. People found this slow. I understand why. Watching it now, having seen what the season is building toward, I find it compelling in a specific way. It's the show understanding that the apocalypse isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's waiting. Sometimes it's not knowing. Sometimes it's the inability to do the thing that needs doing because the information you need isn't available. The information arrives finally in the mid-season premiere. The barn where Herschel had been keeping his walkers, including his wife, his stepson, and Sophia, is opened. Shane opens it against Rick's objections because the situation had become untenable, and one by one the walkers emerge into the daylight and are put down. And then Sophia comes out, still in the clothes she disappeared in. Walker, Carol collapses, Rick walks forward and shoots her. Fade to black. That sequence is one of the finest things the show produced. The specificity of the dread, the not knowing for 7 episodes, followed by the knowing all at once. The way the camera stays on Daryl holding Carol back, the way it stays on Rick walking towards Sophia, the fact that the show never cuts away. It earns every second of those 7 episodes of searching in the 30 seconds it takes for this to play out. Herschel Green deserves attention here, because he's a character the show treats with enormous care and builds to enormous significance. When we first meet him, he's an obstacle, a man on whose land the group is camping, who wants them gone, who has views about the situation that the group finds naive. But the show builds him slowly and honestly, and by the time we lose him, he's the moral and philosophical backbone of the series. He's a man whose faith was tested by everything the apocalypse required of him, and who, in testing it, refined it into something stronger and more honest than the comfortable faith of before. His relationship with Rick, initially adversarial, slowly becoming something like a father-son dynamic, is one of the show's great human relationships. Herschel keeps Rick honest. He keeps asking the question about what kind of people they want to be, and doing it more gently and more persistently than Dale, and with more authority because he's the one who suffered for it. Shane Walsh's arc, across seasons 1 and 2, is something I've thought about quite a bit, because he's a character the show could easily have gotten wrong in either direction, either making him too obviously villainous too early, or excusing his decisions in ways that would undercut their consequences. The show manages neither mistake. Shane loved Rick. That's the starting point, and it's important. He loved Rick with the specific intensity of someone who'd found in their friend the qualities they admired most in themselves reflected back at them. He loved Laurie and Carl with the love of someone who stepped up when Rick couldn't, who made himself into the person they needed because someone had to. And then Rick came back, and Shane was still there, and the math stopped working. What Shane becomes, across season 2, is the character who speaks the logic of the new world more clearly and more consistently than anyone else. He's right about a lot. He's right that the farm is temporary, that the search for Sophia is diverting resources from other necessities, that the group's survival depends on being willing to make hard decisions without sentiment. The show acknowledges his rightness explicitly, and it's part of what makes him dangerous. Not a villain who's clearly wrong, but someone with a compelling and coherent position that happens to lead somewhere terrible. His death, when it comes, is quiet by Walking Dead standards. A field at night, Rick and Shane, away from the others, and Rick kills him with regret, because the alternative was letting Shane kill Rick. The scene is shot with enough ambiguity about who was actually in the right that you can still be arguing about it long after. I've seen people make the case for Shane, and while I don't entirely agree, the show earns that argument. After Shane's death and the Walker attack on the farm that ends season 2, the group is scattered and then reassembled on the road. Rick's speech, the Rick-tatorship moment, is the bridge between the early seasons and everything that comes next. The world of the Atlanta camp and the farm, the world where there was still a meaningful question about whether the group should listen to the CDC or hope for rescue or believe in institutions, that world is over. What comes next is harder, but the show has, by this point, done the work to earn the hardness. It's built enough characters you care about, established enough of the world's rules, given you enough reason to be invested in what happens to these people. The early world is over. The real world begins. The Glenn Reese storyline in season 1 deserves more attention than I gave it earlier, because Glenn is doing something in the first few episodes that the show immediately builds on and then rarely returns to as explicitly. He's demonstrating what practical urban knowledge looks like as a survival asset. He knows Atlanta. He's been in and out of it on runs for weeks before Rick arrives. He knows which blocks are clear, which aren't, how the walkers cluster near food sources and open spaces. He navigated the city with a clarity that the other survivors at the camp, none of whom were regular city dwellers, didn't have. The delivery driver skills the show sometimes uses as a self-deprecating shorthand for Glenn's pre-outbreak life were actually sophisticated urban navigation skills, and the show uses them immediately and directly. His relationship with Rick from their first conversation, Rick's disembodied voice on the radio from inside an abandoned tank, Glenn deciding to help a stranger because it seemed like the right thing to do, no big deal, is the template for Glenn's entire character. He helps people because it seems right and not because he's calculated the return. That quality is what makes him so essential to the group, and what makes losing him 3 seasons later feel like the loss of something irreplaceable. T-Dog, who is one of the original Atlanta camp survivors and who travels with the group through the first 3 seasons, is an example of the show's tendency to underwrite its black male characters in the early seasons, a tendency the show acknowledged and tried to address in later seasons, but didn't fully resolve in T-Dog's case. He's present, he's useful, he acts heroically on several occasions, and the show never quite makes him a full character in the way it makes Glenn or Rick or Daryl full characters. His death in season 3 is one of the show's better crafted, sacrificial moments. He dies shielding Carol from walkers so she can escape, but it comes too late to fully compensate for the underwriting that preceded it. The relationship between Shane and Laurie, which is addressed in the show but never quite given the space it probably deserved, is one of the more adult storylines in the first 2 seasons. They had a relationship in the months when Shane believed Rick was dead and had decided the most responsible thing was to take care of Rick's family. Whether that was the right decision or a rationalization is something the show leaves deliberately unclear. Laurie's feelings about it, which are complicated and genuine and not entirely consistent, are handled with more care than the conversation around the storyline usually acknowledges. The scene where Laurie tells Rick about Shane, expecting that he'll want to know and not quite expecting his response, which is measured and not explosive, and somehow that makes it more disturbing, is a small quiet scene that the show places in the middle of much louder narrative events and trusts the audience to clock. The season 1 episode Vartos has a piece of world building I always want to highlight: the nursing home in Atlanta, where a gang has been sheltering its elderly residents. Rick's group shows up, there's a confrontation, And then the reveal that these apparently threatening men are the caretakers of people they could have left behind and didn't. It's a small scene, 10 minutes maybe, and it establishes early that The Walking Dead was going to complicate its categories. Threats that aren't threats, communities built around obligation rather than self-interest. The Atlanta sewers and rooftop sequence in the Season 1 episode, Guts, where Rick and Glenn cover themselves in walker entrails to make it through a herd, is also worth revisiting as a lore moment. This is their first extended time moving through a large concentration of walkers, and the tension of it is calibrated around the knowledge that what they're doing will work right up until it doesn't. The rain is what breaks it, the smell washing away, the cover dissolving, and suddenly they're running, and the city is alive with dead things, and the episode earns every second of the sequence that preceded it. Season 2's farm is remembered primarily for Sophia and Shane and the barn, but it also contains the episode 18 Miles Out, Rick and Shane in the field, the argument, the fight, which is the show's most concentrated version of its central moral question before it gets complicated by later seasons. Two men who both believe they're right, both are, neither is. The fight ends without resolution, as the argument between their positions never fully resolves, and they drive back to the farm in silence. That silence is very Walking Dead. The show's best moments are often not the ones where things get said, but the ones where the weight of what can't be said is allowed to sit in the frame. Here's a piece of production trivia that reframes the character's entire existence. Daryl Dixon was not in the Walking Dead comics. He was created for the television series, specifically around Norman Reedus, who was originally cast to play Merle Dixon before the writing shifted and Merle became a separate character, and Daryl was invented to accompany him. And then the show's producers almost wrote Daryl out in the early episodes of Season 1 because they weren't sure what he was for. This is, in retrospect, one of the funnier near misses in recent television history, because the character, who was nearly cut in the first 6 episodes of the series, went on to become the show's most beloved figure. The one who lasted all the way from the pilot to the end of the main series and then into his own spin-off. The character whose name, alongside Rick's, is the first thing people reach for when they describe what the show was. So what happened? Daryl Dixon walks out of the Georgia woods in the show's 3rd episode, the episode called Tell It to the Frogs, carrying a crossbow and a string of squirrels, and a personal manner that lands somewhere between abrasive and actively hostile. He's upset because a walker ate the deer he'd been tracking. He's upset because his brother Merle was left handcuffed to a roof in Atlanta by people he'd just met. He pulls a knife on Rick and then gets put in a headlock by Shane. And that's the introduction. He shouldn't work on paper. He's the designated difficult one in a group that already has Shane providing plenty of difficulty. He comes from a background, rural, poor, complicated family, a brother who is a genuine liability that the show could easily have used to make him a type rather than a person. But Norman Reedus does something in those first episodes that's quite hard to articulate. He plays Daryl's aggression as fear wearing a jacket. You can see that the behaviour comes from somewhere specific, that it's a response to a world that has consistently shown him that people like him get left behind. The Merle relationship is the foundation of understanding Daryl, and it's worth spending time on it, even though Merle is gone from the show fairly early. Merle Dixon is what Daryl could have become if certain things had gone differently. The same roots, the same damage, the same working-class South background. But where Daryl slowly chose connection, Merle stayed closed. Merle's racism, his contempt, his inability to trust anyone outside a very narrow circle. These are failures of character that the show doesn't excuse, but they're failures the show contextualizes against a background that makes them comprehensible. He became what his circumstances made and never pushed back against the making. Daryl keeps pushing back, quietly without announcing it, over years. His evolution across the first 3 seasons is gradual enough that you almost don't notice it happening until it's happened. He's not suddenly soft. He never becomes soft. That's not who he is, but the hostility calculates itself. It becomes selective. He's aggressive with people he doesn't trust, increasingly warm with people he does, and the group of people he trusts expands in direct proportion to the evidence they give him that he's worth trusting back. Carol is the through line here, and their relationship is the show's most sustained and specific friendship. 2 people who came from difficult situations, who both know how to make themselves invisible when the world gets dangerous, who both have a capacity for violence they're capable of wielding without becoming consumed by it. They understand each other in the way that people who've survived specific kinds of damage understand each other. Not always through words, not always through explanation, but through the fluency of shared experience. Their relationship is not romantic. This is a deliberate, creative choice the show maintained throughout the series and its spin-offs, despite the persistent desire of portions of the audience for it to be otherwise. I think they were right. Daryl and Carol are more interesting as the specific friendship they are than they would be as a couple, because what they represent to each other is something that doesn't require romance to be complete. They're the person the other would call first in any situation, for any reason. That's its own thing. It doesn't need a different category. The Beth Green arc in Season 4, after the prison falls, Daryl and Beth surviving together in the Georgia countryside, gets brought up a lot in discussions of Daryl's character, and it should because it's actually important. Beth is 19 and functional, and entirely clear-eyed about what the world is, and she sees something in Daryl that he hasn't let many people see. She calls him out directly on using his anger as a shield. She makes him cry, and Daryl letting that happen in that context, in that episode, still the one where they burn the house, is one of the more quietly brave things the show did with the character. It's also worth talking about the crossbow, because it's a character choice as much as a weapon choice, and the show understands that. Daryl's crossbow is silent, personal, reusable, and requires a level of skill and patience that guns don't. It says something about how Daryl moves through the world, quietly, methodically, without announcing himself. It says something about his relationship to violence. It's a tool he knows how to use rather than a performance. He doesn't have Shane's need to demonstrate dominance, or Rick's occasional tendency toward the theatrical. Daryl just deals with the thing and moves on. The motorcycle and the wing vest complete the picture. The motorcycle is mobility and solitude, and the option to leave, which Daryl keeps open even when he doesn't use it. The vest, the one with the wings on the back, which he acquired from a fallen biker in the early episodes, has become so associated with the character that it's appeared in fan art and merchandise, and the spin-off unchanged, even as Daryl's hair has grown and his circumstances have changed completely. It's armour that looks like freedom, which is a reasonably accurate description of who Daryl is. What the show never gave Daryl was a romantic relationship that lasted, and this is interesting when you consider that almost every other major character had significant romantic attachments. Rick had Laurie and then Michonne, Carol had Ed and then several subsequent relationships. Even Glenn had Maggie from fairly early on. Daryl had a near thing with Beth, which ended with her death. A near thing with a character introduced in a later season. Nothing that lasted, nothing that the show committed to. I think this was a combination of deliberate, creative strategy and the genuine difficulty of writing a romantic arc for a character whose appeal is partly constructed around self-sufficiency. But it does mean that Daryl's emotional life is expressed almost entirely through his relationships with the group, and specifically through Carol, and that the show's understanding of love for this character is communal rather than romantic. The family he builds, messy, chosen, occasionally infuriating, is the love story. The France spin-off puts him through a completely different kind of test. Alone in a country he doesn't speak, with no connection to anyone from his old life, no crossbow initially, no motorcycle initially, nothing of the identity he'd built across 11 years. What's left when you strip away everything that defined him? And the show's answer, arrived at slowly, over 2 seasons, is that what's left is still Daryl. Still someone who notices when other people need help and can't quite stop himself from providing it. Still someone who does not know how to stop caring, even when caring makes everything more complicated. Still the person everyone keeps putting in charge of other people's children. Laurent in France is the most recent in a series of child characters the show has placed in Daryl's orbit, starting with Carl in the very beginning, through the prison children, through Judith, and now this particular boy who walkers seem to ignore. And every time, Daryl does the same thing. He says he doesn't want the responsibility, he establishes that he has other things to do, and then he does the thing anyway because that's who he is. That consistency, the character remaining recognisably himself across a completely different geography, a completely different supporting cast, a completely different context, is what the spin-off is actually testing. And Daryl Dixon passes, sometimes with more crossbow drama than strictly necessary, but he passes. The moment in season 5 where Daryl carries Beth's body out of Grady Memorial Hospital is probably the most visually economical piece of grief storytelling the show managed. He walks out with her in his arms. He's carrying the dead. He's done that before. He looks different doing it this time, in a way that's quite difficult to articulate. Something in the set of his jaw, the specific quality of how his hands hold her. And then Maggie sees and the scene cuts and the episode ends. There's no speech. There's no processing. There's just Daryl Dixon carrying someone he cared about out of a building. And everything the show has established about who he is and what he doesn't say makes that image carry more than most scenes managed with 10 times the dialogue. His season 7 arc in the Saviour Sanctuary, held captive by N.E. Gunn, subjected to the kind of psychological conditioning that the Saviours used to break people, is the show's most extended test of how much Daryl can absorb before the absorption changes him. The answer, which the show builds to carefully, is that he can absorb quite a lot. What breaks most people, isolation, sleep deprivation, repetitive noise, the specific dehumanization of being called nothing and dressed in a grey smock, doesn't break Daryl. Not because he's superhuman, but because the architecture of his self was built in harder conditions than the sanctuary can replicate. He was raised in harder conditions. Merle's childhood was their childhood. Whatever that was, the sanctuary's conditioning methods were working with material that had already been tempered by worse. His escape from the sanctuary, facilitated by Jesus via a note slipped under a door by someone the show eventually reveals, was Dwight in the specific way that the N.E. Gunn arc's most interesting character movements happen through agents and proxies rather than direct confrontations, is quiet and determined and very Daryl. He doesn't escape triumphantly, he escapes practically, through a window, on a motorcycle, in the dark. He gets clear and then he's done. The Kingdom period gives Daryl time with Shiva, Ezekiel's tiger, and the show is aware of the comic quality of having its most stoic character repeatedly encounter a Bengal tiger and respond to it with the same baseline affect he brings to everything. He doesn't fuss over Shiva, he acknowledges her, he moves on. It's funny, and it's also exactly right. His friendship with Jesus, Paul Monroe, the hilltop scout and eventual security chief, is one of the quieter relationships the show built in its middle seasons. Two competent, self-sufficient people who express respect through the specific shorthand of two people who are both very good at the same things. They don't need to explain themselves to each other. They read the situation the same way. That's the whole relationship, and it's enough. The dog. In season 10, Daryl has a dog. A brown and white dog he calls Dog, because Daryl Dixon naming a dog Dog is the most in-character thing the show ever did, who lives with him in his cabin near Alexandria's walls. The dog is part of Daryl's daily life, in the time jump after the Whisperer War begins, and the show uses him in a specific way. Dog grounds the audience in Daryl's domestic life, at a moment when we need to understand what he's protecting before we watch him risk it. The cabin itself, Daryl living alone, not in Alexandria, but near it, is the show's acknowledgement that he's not quite domesticated in the way that the other original group members have become. He participates in the community. He doesn't quite live in it. The slight peripheral position is by choice, and the show doesn't treat it as pathology. It's just how Daryl organises his life, which is further from the centre than most people, closer than he sometimes wants to be. In France, in the first season of his spin-off, there's a moment where Daryl is sitting in a church in a small village, surrounded by the ruins of a community the walkers have destroyed, and a local nun finds him and asks what brought him there. And he tells her in his way, which involves fewer words than anyone else would use. He went looking for something and ended up wrong. She offers him shelter and food, which he eventually accepts. That sequence, Daryl in a French church, accepting hospitality from a stranger in a language he doesn't speak, with the particular posture of someone who has decided that whatever pride used to prevent him from accepting help is a luxury he can't afford right now, is a small, very specific distillation of how far he's come from the man who walked out of the woods with a crossbow and a string of squirrels and no intention of being part of anything. He's still that man. He just added layers on top. The show's job, in the France spin-off, is to peel some of them back. Season 3 of The Walking Dead is built around two images, a prison and a town. The prison is a former Georgia correctional facility, wide and fenced and organised around the geometry of containment, which turns out to be exactly what a survivor community needs. Multiple layers of perimeter fencing, guard towers with sightlines, cell blocks that can be locked and isolated, thick walls. The infrastructure of a place designed to keep people in becomes, with some work, the infrastructure of a place that keeps the dead out. It's an obvious enough irony that the show doesn't feel the need to draw attention to it. It just lets the image stand. The town is Woodbury, a community of about 75 people in a fortified section of a small Georgia town, running for maybe 18 months by the time we encounter it. Clean streets, organised supply runs, a doctor, working electricity some of the time. A leadership structure built around a single authority figure who has successfully kept these people alive and has, as part of that success, built a system of management that works precisely as long as nobody looks too closely at the foundation. The Governor Philip Blake, though that name is complicated by the end of his arc, is the best villain The Walking Dead produced, and I say that having watched any gun across multiple seasons and the Whisperers and the various human antagonists that the show deployed throughout its run. What makes the Governor work when others don't is that his horror is domestic before it's dramatic. He's not a ranter. He's not a psychopath who wears his menace openly. He's a man sitting in an armchair in a warmly lit room, talking to you about the community he's built and the things he's done to protect it. And it's only gradually, over the course of several episodes, that the specific shape of what he's done becomes clear. He has a zombified daughter named Penny, whom he keeps in his private quarters and tends to with a father's care. He brushes her hair, he talks to her. He tries to keep her from being disturbing, and the disturbing part is how much of the ordinary affection of parenthood persists in his interaction with something that is, by this point, empty. The horror isn't in what he does with Penny. It's in the love that explains it. He can't let go, and a man who can't let go of his daughter has built his entire community around the necessity of that inability. Woodbury's entertainment is fighters in a dirt ring, surrounded by chained walkers as obstacles. The fights are organised, theatrical, controlled. The governor uses them partly as a release valve, and partly as a community bonding exercise, and partly because he's figured out that people who feel safe through spectacle are easier to manage. He's a good manager. That's the thing. He has thought carefully about what people need in order to feel secure and content, and he provides it, and the price of the provision is their loyalty and their willingness not to ask certain questions. Andrea spends a significant portion of Season 3 in Woodbury, and her arc there is the season's most contested creative choice. She becomes attached to the governor, falls into a relationship with him, advocates for him to the group when she meets Rick's people again, and viewers, at the time and since, often express frustration at her for not seeing what was in front of her. But I think that frustration misses what the show is actually doing. Andrea sees a man who has built something that works. She sees a community with medicine and structure and leadership. She sees someone charismatic who listens to her and takes her seriously and offers her a role. After months in the woods and the chaos of the road, that's immensely appealing. The governor is not obviously a monster from the inside. He's made himself easy to trust, and Andrea wants to trust something. Her death near the end of Season 3 is one of the show's most debated creative decisions. She was a major character in the comics, arguably the most important female character in Kirkman's source material, and killing her on the show felt to a lot of viewers like a waste of what had been built. I'm inclined to agree that she was underserved, that the show didn't know quite what to do with her across Seasons 2 and 3 and made her death carry weight it hadn't fully earned. But the death itself, and the scene in which she delivers it, is quietly remarkable. Her killing the walker that kills her in order to take her own life before she turned, with Michonne and Rick there. It's a death that carries the specific dignity of agency, of choosing the manner of the inevitable. The prison arc ends with the governor's assault in the Season 3 finale. He doesn't win. Rick's group holds the prison, and the governor drives off, having just massacred most of the Woodbury residents who served as his army when they tried to retreat. That massacre, his killing of his own people for the simple reason that he could not accept defeat, is the clearest statement of what he actually is, in a season that had been carefully keeping the clearest statement partially obscured. He returns in Season 4 in a pair of episodes that constitute what might be the most interesting creative experiment the show tried. The governor spent time after Season 3 wandering, disconnected from his former power, and he found a different kind of family, a father named Martinez, a couple of daughters, a community of people who didn't know who he was. He became Brian Herriot, which was a name from his past. He tried to be someone different. He almost managed it. These episodes are fascinating because they show you a version of the governor who might, under different circumstances, have been capable of something other than what he became. The genuine affection he develops for the family he attaches himself to is not performed. He's capable of real feeling. The catastrophe is that real feeling for him has a way of curdling into possession and violence whenever it's threatened. He can't hold on to love without it becoming something dangerous. He takes the prison. He fails to hold it. He loses his new family anyway. He dies in the field in front of the prison, held by his new daughter as Michonne's katana goes through his chest, and then Lily shoots him in the head. He dies with his new daughter's blood on his hands, and the prison burning behind him. Herschel dies in that assault. This is the death the show has been building toward in ways we can see in retrospect, though it doesn't feel telegraphed when it happens. The governor takes Herschel and Michonne hostage, and he executes Herschel while Rick is trying to negotiate, not explosively, not in a rage, but deliberately, with Michonne's katana in the middle of Rick's sentence, mid-word. Herschel had been in the middle of becoming the most important person in the group, the moral center, the doctor, the man who kept believing in the possibility of something better. The governor kills him without hesitation and without drama, and the message is clear. Everything you care about can be taken that quickly. There is no preparation for this. The prison falls, and the pieces of Rick's group scatter across Georgia, and the show's next phase begins from that scattering. What Season 3 adds to the show's lore, beyond the specific storylines, is a model for how communities form and what they risk becoming. Woodbury is not the last Woodbury. Every major antagonist community the show produces after this, the Tuar Minus cannibals, the Saviors, the Commonwealth, is in conversation with the template the governor established. There will always be communities that work through violence or exploitation or control. There will always be a man, and it's usually a man, who has decided that his ability to provide safety grants him permission for the costs. The governor is the first version, he won't be the last. The prison's internal life, the domestic arrangements, the systems the group built during the relative stability of Season 4's first half is one of the more interesting pieces of world building the show did, and it gets overshadowed by the dramatic events around it. By Season 4, the prison has a functioning council. Not Rick's authority, Rick specifically stepped back from that, but an actual governance body. Herschel, Sean, Carol, Glenn, Daryl. They meet, they discuss, they make decisions about resources and security and health protocols. There's a doctor, Dr. S, a former physician who was in the prison at the outbreak and survived. There are rotating work assignments. There's a library where Beth teaches the children. This is the show's most complete portrait of community building, and it's deliberately tender about it. The council isn't perfect. The decisions aren't always right. But the existence of the council, the fact that Rick's group, after more than a year of various catastrophes, has arrived at something resembling democratic governance, is presented as an achievement worth taking seriously. The flu outbreak that hits the prison in Season 4's first half tests this community harder than any external threat could, because it reveals the vulnerabilities that community creates. When people live close together, illness spreads. When you can't quarantine effectively, you have to make decisions about who to expose to what risk. Carol's decision to kill the 2 infected people is the community's internal logic, reaching an outcome that the community's stated values can't accommodate. That tension between the logic the community runs on and the values it claims to hold is what Rick has to adjudicate when he returns from his farming sabbatical. The governor's Woodbury, as a contrast, operates on a logic that has no such tension because the governor's stated values and his actual values are the same. Keep these people alive, whatever it costs. He doesn't perform democracy. He performs governance, which is more honest about what it is. The people of Woodbury know that the governor decides. They've accepted that as the price of what he provides. It's only the costs they can't see that make the arrangement untenable, and by the time they can see them, it's too late. Andrea's position between the 2 communities is the season's most interesting and most frustrating piece of character placement. She sees something in Woodbury that isn't available at the prison. Stability, resources, a community that functions without constant crisis. She also sees the governor, who presents himself as a man managing impossible circumstances with as much humanity as the circumstances allow. She's right about both of these things. She's wrong about the calculus they add up to. The show's treatment of Merle Dixon in Season 3 is worth revisiting here, because Merle's arc in the prison season is more complicated than his Season 1 characterization suggested. He's returned from amputating his own hand and attaching a spike to the stump, a piece of body modification that is equal parts practical and operatic. He's been working for the governor. He's done things for the governor that the show implies are quite bad, and then he's exiled from Woodbury and has to reckon with what he's become in the years since the Atlanta rooftop. His reunion with Daryl and then with the larger group is one of the more adult pieces of relationship writing the show did. Daryl wants his brother back. The group doesn't trust Merle and has reasons not to. Merle is actually trying, in his limited and often counterproductive way, to be something better than he was, which is not the same as being something good. His death in Season 3, he goes to take on the governor's forces alone. Giving Rick's group a chance is the most Merle ending available. Effective and self-destructive, and done without telling anyone. The specific grief Daryl feels after Merle dies is worth noting. It's grief for the loss of the possibility that Merle could have become something else. Not for who Merle was. Daryl knows who Merle was. He's been with Merle long enough to know that clearly. It's for the door that Merle's death closes, the door to a version of Merle that never fully opened. That specific grief for the person someone could have been rather than the person they were is one the show returns to several times across its run. It's one of the more honestly observed emotional registers in a series that is, at its best, quite precise about the shapes of human loss. The first thing Carol Pell, TA, does in The Walking Dead is laundry. She's at the Atlanta camp doing the washing, in the background of other people's conversations. She's quiet. She keeps her head down. When her husband Ed speaks, she flinches slightly. A trained response, barely perceptible, easy to miss the first time you watch. She's wearing clothes that are trying not to be noticed. The camera doesn't linger on her. She's just there, doing the washing in the background. This is a deliberate choice, and I think about it a lot when I consider how much work the show's early seasons were doing that only becomes visible in retrospect. Because the person doing that laundry in the background of the second episode becomes, across the following decade, the most transformed character in the series. Possibly one of the most transformed characters in television drama, which is a bold claim that I'll stand behind. Let's start with Ed. Ed Pell, TA, is abusive. The show establishes this efficiently, and without making it the focus, Ed controls Carol, speaks to her with contempt, and has a history of physical violence against her that the other characters in the camp have picked up on and respond to with the specific discomfort of people who don't know what to do about it. Ed dies in the Walker attack on the Atlanta camp in Season 1's Vartos. A Walker gets him. He starts to reanimate. Carol finds him with a pickaxe and keeps going long after the necessity has passed. That scene is the first glimpse of something in Carol that the show's going to develop for years. Not rage, it doesn't look like rage. It looks more like resolve, like someone who has needed to do something for a very long time and has only now been given permission by circumstances. Her daughter Sophia's death, at the end of the barn sequence I described in the earlier section, is the next significant rupture. Sophia was Carol's reason for enduring what she endured. Sophia's death removes the reason, and what happens to Carol after that isn't grief in the conventional sense, it's a recalibration. She is now someone for whom the before is completely severed. She has to decide who she is from the materials available without the old identity to fall back on. She makes a decision. She becomes more useful. This sounds blunt, but it's how the show frames it, and it's how Carol herself frames it in the rare moments when she's articulate about what she's doing. She can't bring Sophia back. She can't change what happened at the farm. She can acquire skills and knowledge that will prevent equivalent losses in the future. She starts training with weapons. She starts paying attention to the group's vulnerabilities. She starts thinking strategically about what threats look like before they arrive. By Season 3 at the prison, she's almost unrecognisable from the woman doing laundry in the camp. Not unrecognisable as a person. She's still Carol, still warm, still with a dry deadpan wit that's actually been there all along and was just suppressed. But she's competent in ways she wasn't, and she's thinking about the group in ways that the other members mostly aren't. The infected flu storyline in Season 4 is where the show tests Carol's new moral framework in the most direct way. 2 infected people are isolated from the group to prevent spread. Carol kills them and burns the bodies. Her reasoning: the infections would spread. The quarantine wouldn't hold. She did what needed to be done. The logic is clear and cold, and not entirely wrong. Rick, who is doing the investigation of what happened, reaches his conclusion about who did it, and then in a quiet, devastating scene, he banishes her from the prison. What that scene does, and the show manages this carefully, is present both positions as defensible. Carol was not wrong that infection control was critical. Rick is not wrong that killing infected people without consent crosses a line that matters. The show doesn't resolve which of them is right, it just shows you the consequences. Carol leaves alone in a car into an autumn Georgia landscape and drives away from the camera. She survives alone. She runs into the group again at Tiua Mihnas, where her return is, and there's no other word for it, spectacular. The assault on the Tiua Mihnas compound, where Carol attacks from outside while the group is being held inside, is the single most impressive action sequence in the show's run. And what makes it more than an action sequence is what it costs Carol emotionally. She is, after Tua Mihnas, someone who has done something on the order of killing dozens of people and burning down a facility. And she doesn't celebrate it. She's quiet about it. And then she finds Rick and the group, and she finds baby Judith alive, and she holds the baby and cries not for what she did, but for what she'd feared, the loss she'd prepared herself for, and then avoided. This is Carol's pattern, across the middle and later seasons. The preparation for loss is constant. The grief she walks around carrying is preemptive as much as retrospective. She's always already mourning what she expects to lose. And the way she manages that grief is by being so capable that the losses she fears become less likely. She can't stop death, but she can make herself into something that makes death slightly less frequent in her vicinity. The Kingdom period, in seasons 7 and 8, is the most extended version of Carol's retreat from this pattern. She moves to a house on the outskirts of the Kingdom. On her own, refuses contact, makes Daryl pretend the group is fine when she asks. She's decided that she's going to stop losing people by creating distance. That if she doesn't know what's happening, she doesn't have to participate in the grief of what's happening. This is presented compassionately by the show, without a verdict. She's not wrong exactly to want distance from the mechanism that keeps putting her through loss. But she's also not fully right, and the show knows she knows that. The distance is bought at a cost she's willing to pay rather than a cost she doesn't see. Her reintegration, when the situation with the Saviours requires everyone's participation and she can't stay outside, is less a dramatic breakthrough than a gradual, rueful concession. She doesn't have a speech about it. She doesn't announce a change. She just starts showing up. The Whisperer arc gives Carol a storyline that the show handles with real care. The death of Henry, the young man she'd been raising since the Kingdom and whom she'd allowed herself to love in the specific way she allowed herself to love people, guardedly, from a slight remove, with the permanent awareness that the apocalypse is not sentimental about what you love. Henry's death at the hands of Alpha is devastating precisely because Carol had been so careful. She'd known what loss felt like, she'd taken precautions, and the loss came anyway. What follows, Carol's obsession with bringing down Alpha, the risks she takes, the near-suicidal quality of some of her choices in Season 10, is the show doing something it doesn't always manage, depicting grief that makes behaviour worse while treating the griever with compassion rather than judgment. Carol does questionable things. Some of her choices in Season 10 actively endanger the group. The show doesn't pretend otherwise, but it also shows you exactly where those choices come from, and the mechanism is specific and recognisable. Daryl and Carol's reunion in France, in Season 2 of Daryl Dixon, is the best version of what the spin-offs have been able to do with legacy characters. Two people who have been in each other's lives across a decade of impossible circumstances now in a completely different setting, being recognisably themselves in a completely different context. Their dynamic is unchanged. The teasing, the protectiveness that neither of them announces, the shorthand of people who don't have to explain their references because they've lived them together. What Carol's arc adds up to, from the background laundry in season 1 to wherever she ends up in France, is the show's most honest portrait of what repeated, compounding loss does to a person over years. Not a simple darkening, not the corruption narrative that some post-apocalyptic fiction reaches for. Something more specific, the construction of a self that can survive the losses, which is also a self that has put so many layers of protection between itself and the world that the warmth underneath is sometimes invisible. It's still there. Carol is still warm, still funny, still capable of genuine tenderness. She's just built the armour in front of it that the world required. That's not a tragedy. That's a person. The episode called The Grove, Season 4, Episode 14, deserves more careful attention than almost any other single episode in the show's run, because it's doing something in terms of narrative compression and emotional precision that the show achieved rarely, and the genre achieves almost never. The setup, Carol, Tyrese and 3 children, Lizzie, Mika and baby Judith, are walking toward Tua Mihnas after the prison fell. They find a house. They try to rest. And Lizzie, who has been showing throughout the preceding episodes that she doesn't understand the walkers as threats, that she sees them as something more like misunderstood friends, as creatures with their own kind of life, that the adults are wrongly eliminating, acts on that misunderstanding while Carol and Tyrese are away. She kills Mika. She's standing over Mika's body holding a bloody knife when Carol finds her. She's not upset. She says she didn't hurt her head, that Mika will come back, that it'll be all right, that Carol will see. She wanted to show Carol and Tyrese that walkers are people. The scene is shot simply. Carol and Tyrese and Lizzie standing in the yard, Judith in the grass, and Carol, who has done terrible things and difficult things and necessary things across 4 seasons, who understands what Lizzie is and what Lizzie has done and what that means, has to make the calculation she's been trained by the apocalypse to make. She takes Lizzie into the field. She tells her to look at the flowers. She shoots her. The show doesn't show the shot. It shows Carol coming back through the grass alone and Tyrese waiting, and the 2 of them understanding what happened and what it meant. And then they bury the children and they keep walking. The episode is titled The Grove. It won various awards. It's discussed in screenwriting courses. And the reason it works, the reason it holds up on rewatch, the reason it doesn't feel exploitative despite its content, is that everything in it is earned by what preceded it. Lizzie's mental state has been built across several episodes. Carol's capacity to do what needs to be done has been built across several seasons. The specific tragedy of a child who sees the world differently than the world requires you to see it has been established carefully before the episode's events make it fatal. The scene also tells you something specific about Carol that nothing else in the show quite does. She's capable of this. She knew it in some part of herself before this episode. The show knew it. And the episode is the moment when that knowing becomes undeniable, not just to the audience, but to Carol herself. Her relationship with Ezekiel in seasons 7 and 8 is the show's most considered romantic relationship for her character. And it's interesting partly for what it reveals about who Carol is when she allows herself to be known. She arrives at the kingdom in disguise, performing harmlessness, presenting herself as a slightly befuddled suburban woman rather than the person she actually is. Ezekiel, who is himself performing a version of himself rather than showing the real version, recognizes the performance for what it is. He's gentle with her about it in a way that nobody has been gentle with Carol in quite some time. Their relationship develops slowly and quietly, and the show is careful to present it as genuine on both sides. Ezekiel is in love with Carol in the full sense. Carol's feelings are more complicated. She's built enough layers over the feeling part of herself that the layers interfere. But the feeling is there, and the show honours it by not resolving it tidily. They're together for a while, and then the losses accumulate to a point that breaks the arrangement, and both of them are left with something real that is no longer intact. The Alexandria arc gives Carol a domestic situation that the show uses to test whether the suburban competence performance she started as is actually possible to build a life around. She makes cookies, she knows all her neighbours, she sits on committees, and the performance, interestingly, has some genuine content in it. There are things about that life that Carol actually wants, or could want if the wanting didn't feel like vulnerability. What eventually exposes the performance isn't the saviours, or the threat, or any external pressure. It's Morgan. Morgan Jones, arriving at Alexandria in Season 5, brings with him a set of values and practices. The clear ethic of all life is precious that he's built since we last saw him in the ruins of his hometown. That is the direct opposite of what Carol has been building. And the friction between Carol's world wisdom and Morgan's reconstructed ethic is the most interesting philosophical conversation the show conducted in its middle seasons. Neither of them is right. Both of them are. They're each responses to the same set of facts that arrived at different conclusions, and the show follows the logic of both conclusions honestly enough that you can see exactly how each one was reached and exactly where each one breaks down. Carol, at her best moments, and there are many of them across the full run, is someone who does what the situation requires and then goes somewhere quiet and feels the full weight of what the situation required. She doesn't perform her feelings, not in the way some characters do. She experiences them privately and carries them forward. That's a specific kind of strength that the show rarely celebrates as loudly as it should. When the prison burns, the group scatters. This is Season 4's pivot, and the show's creative response to it is one of the more interesting formal experiments in its run. For approximately 6 episodes after the fall, the show follows small fragments of the group in near isolation. Rick and Carl, Michonne alone, Daryl and Beth, Glenn on a bus, Tyrese with the children. Each of these splinter groups is given a stretch of episodes, sometimes a full episode to themselves, where the standard group dynamic of Walking Dead is suspended and you get something that functions almost like a character study. The episode called After, which follows Rick and Carl and Michonne through the immediate aftermath, is worth describing in some detail because it does something the show hadn't quite done before. It shows Rick completely incapacitated. He's physically damaged from the fight at the prison. Ribs, internal injuries, the kind of wounds that would put anyone in bed for days. He's barely conscious. He makes it to a house, gets Carl and himself inside, and then is completely unable to do much beyond lie on the couch and breathe. Carl, who is at this point 12 or 13 years old, has to manage alone. He clears the house. He finds food. He defends himself against walkers without help. And then, in the sequence that makes this episode, he sits in front of his unconscious father and says the things he hasn't been able to say because he's not sure whether Rick can hear him, and the uncertainty feels like permission. That Rick wasn't always right, that Carl could manage, that he might not need Rick anymore. And then Rick moves and says Carl's name, and Carl falls apart completely because all of what he said was true, and none of it was actually what he wanted. That sequence is the most accurately observed portrayal of being a child in crisis that the show ever produced. The performance of capability that children put on when they have to. The simultaneous truth and lie of it. Carl really is capable, and he really does still need his father, and those two things coexist in the same moment without cancelling each other out. The still episode, following Daryl and Beth through a stretch of Georgia countryside, makes its argument with a single image and then earns it across 45 minutes. They find a house in the woods, and they find bottles of whiskey, and they get drunk for the first time since the prison fell, and they tell each other things they wouldn't have told each other sober. Beth hadn't had a drink before. This is her first time. She's been presented across seasons 2, 3, and the first half of 4 as the youngest and most protected member of the group, Herschel's daughter, the one who was going to be shielded from the worst of things. And what the episode reveals, over a long, slow conversation, while 2 relatively damaged people get increasingly drunk in a house that isn't theirs, is that Beth isn't naive. She knows exactly what the world is. She tried to kill herself at the beginning of season 2, when the weight of it became too much. She came back from that, not because the world got easier, but because something in her decided to stay anyway. Daryl, responding to Beth's challenge to open up, does something remarkable for the character. He gets angry, and then he gets real. He tells her about his life before, the drifting, the trouble, Merle's influence, the specific blankness of having no expectations because nobody had ever taught him to have any. And then they burn the house. They burn it down, both of them, with all the whiskey they didn't drink and a lighter, and they stand outside and watch it go. It's either catharsis or destruction, or both. The show isn't quite sure, and neither are they. Tue mich nass arrives at the end of the season as a false promise that the show had been signposting for several episodes. Sanctuary for all, community for all. Those who arrive survive. Signs on the highway, handwritten, in a variety of styles suggesting they'd been put up over time, maintained, updated. The group follows them because people follow promises when they're desperate enough, which is the oldest trap in the world. Tue mich nass is a cannibal compound. This is never stated directly in the show itself, but it's made clear enough through implication. The human remains, the stockpile of personal effects from prior visitors, the organisation of the facility that makes no sense for anything other than the systematic processing of people. The conclusion that the group reaches, the conclusion the show presents as correct, is that at some point the Tue mich nass residents were themselves victims, that they were the community that was overrun and abused, and that the response to that victimization was to become predators in turn. The logic is horrible and depressingly coherent. The resolution of Tue mich nass, as I mentioned in Carol's section, involves Carol's outside assault and the group fighting their way out. What I want to add here is the context of what Rick's group was at this point in the show's geography. They had been without a home for months. They had been through the road and the scattered survival and the false promise, and now the escape from people trying to eat them. They are, by the time they reach gay Brielle Stokes' church, genuinely ragged, and the church is cold comfort. Gay Brielle Stokes is a priest who survived the outbreak alone in his church because he locked the congregation out. His parishioners gathered at his door, calling for him, and he listened to them die rather than open the doors because he was afraid and weak and then alone. He's been living with that, alone, for the months since. And now Rick's group has arrived at his church and he's let them in, partly from loneliness and partly from something that might be hope, and partly from the simple fact that they were armed and he didn't have much choice. The show uses Gabriel across several seasons to explore the particular weight of a specific kind of guilt. Not the guilt of what you did, but the guilt of what you failed to do. He didn't kill anyone, he just didn't help them. And the show treats that failure as seriously as it would treat an active crime, which is a specific moral position that I think is underappreciated in the discussions of Gabriel's arc. Beth's death at Grady Memorial Hospital, at the end of Season 5's first half, is still the most debated single death in the show's run, and I've been going back and forth on it for years. The argument for it was the show honouring the character's autonomy, her refusal to be simply rescued, her decision to act in a situation where action cost her her life, but also accomplish the thing she needed to accomplish. The argument against the show had spent years underdeveloping Beth, and then used a sudden, almost casual death to create emotional impact it hadn't fully earned. I think both arguments are right. The sequence in which she dies, a standoff in the hospital, a scissors hidden in her bandaged hand, a decision made in a second, lands with real weight. The question of whether the work had been done to earn that emotion is a separate question. The group arrives in Alexandria, Virginia, in the second half of season 5, and the arrival, the gates closing behind them, the sound of the gate motor, the relative silence of a place that has water and electricity and houses and gardens, is one of the show's better calibrated emotional moments. These people are used to surviving. They're not used to this. The question the Alexandria arc asks, and the question that carries the group through the rest of season 5 and all of season 6, is whether people who've been shaped by the road can find their way back to something like ordinary life, or whether the road has changed them in ways that make ordinary life impossible to sustain. The answer, as with most Walking Dead answers, is complicated. The Alexandria arc in seasons 5 and 6, which begins with the group's arrival through the gate and ends with the attack on the community by the wolves and then the management of the massive quarry herd, is the show's most sustained examination of the gap between the group and the world they'd come to occupy. The Alexandrians, the people who had been living within the walls, relatively protected for some time before Rick's group arrived, are, from Rick's group's perspective, dangerously naive. They don't know how to handle themselves in a real threat situation. Their security infrastructure is minimal. Their psychological preparation for the kind of losses the show had been delivering since the pilot is essentially zero. This is condescending of Rick's group, and also accurate, and the show holds both of these things simultaneously without resolving the tension. The Alexandrians were naive, and the naivety was about to get them killed, and Rick was right to be concerned. He was also arrogant about it in ways that made him a real threat to the community he was trying to help. Being right about the danger doesn't confer automatic authority over how to respond to it. The character D.A.N. Monroe, Alexandria's leader, a former congresswoman from Ohio, is one of the show's better ancillary leaders because she's not an idiot and the show doesn't treat her as one. She built something real in Alexandria. She made it work through skill and intelligence and good decisions. She's also operating in a bubble of safety that has insulated her from the full reality of the world outside the walls, and when the wall fails to protect her, the recalibration happens very quickly and under the worst possible conditions. Morgan Jones's return in season 5, his reappearance, after we last saw him in Clear, which is the season 3 episode where Rick found him broken in his hometown, is one of the show's more carefully prepared revelations. He's been glimpsed in the intervening seasons, leaving messages, following Rick's path, and when he reappears, he's a completely different version of Morgan than either of his previous appearances. He's practicing a martial art. He's calm in the specific way of someone who has rebuilt their psychology from the ground up around a new principle. He carries a staff. He doesn't kill. These things are related, the practice and the principle, and the weapon that doesn't kill. Someone found him after the events of Clear and taught him how to be this person. That someone, whose name is Eastman, and whose backstory gets a full episode of its own in season 6, is one of the show's finest minor character constructions. The episode Here's Not Here, which interrupts the season 6 plot at an inconvenient narrative moment to tell Morgan's full backstory in a bottle episode, is a 45-minute pause that the show enforces on you, making you stay with one character's transformation rather than the ongoing crisis. It's audacious, and it works, because what Eastman's story tells you about Morgan tells you something about what the Walking Dead world can do to people with the right orientation. Not just break them, but rebuild them into something more considered and more honest than they were before. Maggie's Alexandria arc is also worth more attention. She's the Hilltop's eventual leader, but in season 5 and 6 she's still finding her place, still Herschel's daughter, Glenn's wife, someone whose sense of herself was formed on a farm in Georgia and is now being tested against a much wider and stranger world. The arc she follows between the farmer's daughter and the leader the Hilltop needed is long, and the show earns it through small choices rather than dramatic ones. Her friendship with Enid, who arrives at Alexandria in season 6 after surviving on her own for a significant period, is underused by the show but represents an important relationship, an older person who has survived together with a younger one, where the survival went in different directions and left different marks. Enid's eventual death at the Whisperer's hands in season 9 is one of the losses that lands hardest in the Pike sequence, because she'd been around long enough to feel permanent. The season 6 mid-season finale, the herd management crisis, the botched plan, the compromised walls, the death of Deanna is the end of Alexandria as it was, and the beginning of Alexandria as it needs to be. Deanna's death, on her own terms, is one of the show's better handled exits. A woman who understood what was happening, who was already bitten, who chose to spend her last energy shooting at walkers from the window rather than turning that bullet on herself. The living thing, the resistant thing, even at the end. The first time you see Michonne, you don't know her name. She appears at the end of season 2's finale, a cloaked figure emerging from the winter fog of a Georgia forest, katana across her back, 2 armless, jawless walkers chained behind her like very grim luggage. She saves Andrea, who has been separated from the group, and then the scene ends and the season ends, and you're left with the image and no explanation. That image does more character work in 30 seconds than most shows manage in an episode. Someone built that solution. Someone figured out that a jawless, armless walker is effectively a camouflage device rather than a threat. Someone fashioned the chains and the muzzle and made the logistical calculation that this is worth the maintenance cost. And whoever that person is, they've been alone long enough that they've had time to work all of this out. And they're still functional, and they saved a stranger without hesitation. You know a lot about Michonne before you know anything about her. Her integration into the group takes the entire 3rd season and is one of the more carefully handled character arcs the show managed in those middle years. She doesn't trust Rick's people. She has every reason not to. She's survived this long alone. She has a system that works, and proximity to other people means exposure to their mistakes and vulnerabilities. She stays at the prison because Andrea is there, and because staying is strategically sensible. She cooperates. She doesn't open up. The episode Clear in season 3 is where the show finally cracks her open slightly, and it does it sideways, through Morgan. Rick takes Michonne and Carl back to Rick's hometown to get weapons, and they find Morgan Jones, who has survived alone for months, in a state of complete psychological breakdown. His son Dwayne is dead, killed by his zombified mother when Morgan couldn't bring himself to shoot her. And Morgan has been accumulating and processing that grief in an environment he's covered in chalk script warnings and booby traps. A man coming apart while doing everything he can to stay together. Michonne watches Rick with Morgan. She watches the way Rick holds space for someone in crisis. She watches Carl with the same patient attention. And by the end of the episode, she says something to Rick, quietly, just a sentence or two, about knowing the difference between crazy and ready, about understanding what she's looking at. It's not a declaration of trust, it's the beginning of one. Her backstory comes out gradually across several seasons, and the approach of slow disclosure rather than expository delivery is exactly right for who she is. She had a life before, a boyfriend named Mike, a son named Andre, a friend named Terry. She was a lawyer, or close to it. She had a flat and a family, and all the ordinary furniture of a life. Mike and Terry both died and reanimated in the early outbreak at a refugee camp that was overrun while Sean was away from it, while Mike and Terry were there under the influence of substances that made them both slow to respond. She found them as walkers, she let them turn, she removed their jaws and arms, she used them. The show handles this backstory with care, not making the detail of what she did into a horror of the character moment, but a grief of the character one. What she did was a practical choice made by someone in agony. The fact that the practical choice was also an act of punishment, against Mike for the passive negligence that got them killed, against herself for having been away, is something the show implies without stating. Sean knows it, on some level. The two walkers on chains were guilt made functional. Her relationship with Carl is the clearest window into who Sean is underneath the professional exterior. She finds him, in Season 3 and increasingly through Season 4, easy to be around in a way she doesn't find most people. He's not performing anything for her. He doesn't treat her with the suspicious wariness or the overcorrected friendliness that the adults do. He just includes her, matter-of-factly, in the small transactions of daily life. She responds to this with something between relief and gratitude that's quite touching to watch. Judith Grimes, the baby born just after Laurie's death, whom Sean begins to care for by the middle of the series, represents the deepest version of this. Judith is not Sean's daughter by any formal measure, but the show treats the relationship between them with the seriousness of parenthood, and Sean herself treats it that way, and by the time of the Season 9 time jump, the domestic world they've built at Alexandria around Judith and Rick's son, RJ, is recognisably a family that she's the centre of. The Rick relationship develops across Seasons 4 and 5 with a patience that was quite unusual for the show's treatment of romantic storylines, which often moved faster with more dramatic signposting. The Sean and Rick arc progresses through proximity and trust and shared experience, through 100 moments of combat and conversation and quiet sitting on the porch, until it arrives at something real in a single unannounced scene in the middle of Season 6 when they're both awake in the night and their hands find each other, and the show just lets it be what it is without making a production of it. That restraint is appropriate. These are two people who have each survived profound loss and have each built significant armour around themselves and have each slowly, over years, become capable of letting it down in the other's presence. Making the beginning of their relationship a big moment would have undercut everything the show had done to build it. The katana is worth a brief note as a character object, because the show understands that it's more than a weapon. Sean found the katana in the early outbreak. The circumstances are gestured at rather than fully explained, and that's fine. It's been with her for the entire show. It's been cleaned and maintained across years of hard use. It's an extension of her body in a way that Rick's guns never quite are for Rick. There's an intimacy to a blade that firearms don't carry. She knows it in a way that goes beyond skill. After Rick's disappearance at the bridge in Season 9, Sean spends 6 years as the de facto leader of Alexandria, while also raising 2 children and maintaining the wall she built between Alexandria and the hilltop and the kingdom. She is, in these 6 years, the person who keeps the lights on. The practical and emotional infrastructure of the survivor world rests substantially on her, and the toll of that, combined with the unresolved grief of Rick's death, which she hasn't fully processed because the body wasn't recovered, is visible in how closed she becomes. The Ones Who Live gives Sean the resolution her arc needed. 6 years of searching, a lead, a risk, and the finding. We'll spend more time on that series in its own section. What I want to say here is that Sean's arc, taken whole, from the cloaked figure in the fog to the woman who crossed oceans looking for someone she'd lost, is one of the most complete in the show. She starts as a mystery. She becomes, slowly and at great cost, someone who has allowed the mystery to be answered. That arc required the show to trust that audiences would wait for the payoff. It required the writers to resist the urge to over-explain or over-dramatize. It required Danai Gurira to do an enormous amount of the character's work through physical behaviour and expression rather than dialogue. All three parties managed it. The result is one of the great supporting character-turned central character arcs in television drama. She deserves the katana. She's earned it. Mi-Sean's relationship with Andrea deserves more than the brief mention it gets in most Walking Dead discussions, because it's the character relationship that made her who she is when Rick's group first encounters her. They spent several months together between Season 2 and Season 3, surviving alone. Andrea was sick, near death. After the events at the farm, Mi-Sean found her, kept her alive, and then kept travelling with her through the winter. The friendship that developed in that time is the background context for everything Mi-Sean does in Season 3. Her wariness of Rick's group, her willingness to remain at Wood, Berry for as long as she does, her specific grief when Andrea dies. She'd invested in Andrea. She'd given Andrea her trust, which didn't come cheap and didn't come fast. Losing that to the governor, to circumstances, to Andrea's own decisions, left a specific mark. Her sword skills are established as something she had before the outbreak. She's trained in ways that aren't fully explained, in ways that imply either formal training or a very specific personal history with edged weapons. The show doesn't explain this, and that's fine. What matters is that the skill is real, and she applies it constantly, and it has become, by the time we meet her, so fundamental to how she moves through the world that the sword is essentially an extension of her body. The episode Consumed, Season 5, which follows Carol and Daryl in the episode right after the mid-season break, has a parallel in structure to the Mi-Sean episodes of Season 3 and 4. Two people alone in a dangerous environment, each carrying damage, each in the process of working out who they are in the world they've been forced to live in. It's not a Mi-Sean episode, but it rhymes with what the show does best with her, using constraint and solitude to do character work that the ensemble format can't. Her Season 8 and 9 arc, the shift from warrior to governor, from someone who fights threats to someone who manages institutions, is the most compressed version of what most of the original group goes through eventually. You can't remain in the field forever. At some point, the community needs people who know how to run it as well as defend it. Mi-Sean makes that transition in the years after the Saviour War, and the show documents it mostly in the background, in the specifics of her role at Alexandria, in the way she talks about the larger alliance's problems. The specific way she parents Judith is one of the show's most consistently observed details across the later seasons. Judith is not a passive child. She has opinions, she argues, she makes decisions that adults in her community have to respond to rather than ignore. Mi-Sean gave her that. The freedom to have positions, the expectation that she can hold them against pushback, the understanding that being young doesn't mean being without standing. Judith Grimes, as the audience encounters her in the final seasons, is a product of everything Mi-Sean chose to put into her. RJ, Rick's son born after his disappearance, has less screen time and is therefore less developed, but the show is careful to establish that Mi-Sean's relationship with him is equally unconditional. He's Rick's child by a woman Mi-Sean loved. She doesn't love him in Rick's absence. She loves him because he's hers. The katana makes one more appearance worth noting. In the Season 9 time jump, when Mi-Sean is shown enforcing Alexandria's new policies on who can enter and on the Alliance's communication protocols, she's wearing it, even in what is essentially an administrative confrontation, even in a situation where the sword is not required. She wears it the way people wear objects that have become part of their identity. Not necessarily because they need them, but because not wearing them would be wrong in a way that's hard to articulate. There's a moment in The Ones Who Live where Mi-Sean, after the years of searching and the years inside the CRM, is standing with Rick, and the sword is on her back, and the show frames it very deliberately. The same shot, essentially, as the last time we saw her before her disappearance in the main series. The circles the show closes with that image are the circles the character's arc has been building toward since a cloaked figure emerged from the fog in a Georgia winter. She earned that framing. She earned every part of it. In the second half of Season 6, Rick's group keeps running into dead people on the road. Specifically, dead people arranged as roadblocks. Bodies hung across a bridge, corpses placed to redirect traffic. The specific landscape management of a large and organised group that wants you to come to them rather than around them. And there are whistles. When the saviours surround Rick's people in the dark, before anyone's even seen Knee Gun, they communicate through whistles, a coordinated signal that spreads through the forest, person to person, until it's coming from all directions simultaneously. The audio design of those sequences is extraordinary, and it works because it establishes the saviours as an organisation before it establishes them as people. You understand the scale of what Rick is dealing with before you understand who is at the top of it. By the time a van doors opens in the Season 6 finale, and a tall man in a leather jacket steps out swinging a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire, you've spent months understanding that whatever is coming is large, organised, and in control. The man with the bat is the face of something much bigger. N.E. Gunn's introduction is the most discussed creative choice in the show's run, and part of what makes it so useful to discuss is that the discussion is never quite settled. The Season 6 finale ends with the group on their knees in the forest and N.E. Gunn choosing, by a game of eeny, meeny, miny, mo, who he's going to kill. The camera cuts away. We hear the impacts. The episode ends. We waited all summer to find out who died. The Season 7 premiere reveals it was Glenn and Abraham in that order. Glenn because Daryl reacted instinctively to Abraham's death, and N.E. Gunn punished the group through him. And Glenn's death is, I'll be direct about this, one of the most genuinely hard things the show has ever put on screen. Not because it's the most graphically violent, though it is quite brutal, because Glenn is Glenn. He's been with the show since the first episode. He's built a life with Maggie. He's the member of the group the audience has never been ambivalent about. And his last act is to turn his one remaining eye toward Maggie and try to say her name. And the show cuts away before he can finish saying it. The Season 7 premiere lost viewers. Not the usual seasonal fluctuation, a meaningful, significant portion of the audience that had been following this show for years and didn't come back after that episode. Some of them gave interviews about it, about feeling that the show had crossed a line from dramatic violence into gratuitous spectacle. I understand that response. I also think the episode was doing exactly what it intended to do. Establish that N.E. Gunn is not a threat you can negotiate with, that the group's confidence in their own capability has been catastrophically misplaced, and that the cost of that misplacement is someone irreplaceable. Whether the doing of what it intended makes the how acceptable is a question I've been uncertain about for years. N.E. Gunn before the apocalypse is, in the comics and eventually in the show's expanded storytelling, a gym teacher with a leather jacket and a bad language habit. He was not exceptional. He was charismatic and loud and had a specific gift for reading a room. And those qualities, which might have made him a moderately successful social creature, in the old world became something considerably more dangerous when the old world structures fell and left a vacuum that his particular capabilities were suited to fill. He was also someone in the process of losing his wife, Lucille, to cancer when the outbreak happened. She died and he couldn't bring himself to do what needed to be done when she came back, and someone else took care of it. The bat he named after her is, therefore, a memorial object as much as a weapon. The cruelty of it, naming the instrument of violence after the person he loved most, is either a profound misalignment or a very specific kind of grief. The show presents it as both. The Saviours are a large organisation running on a simple feudal model. Communities within a certain radius pay tribute to the Saviours, and in exchange, the saviours don't attack them and occasionally provide services. The tax rate is 50% of everything. The enforcement mechanism is the kind of violence any gun performed in the forest that night. The system works because the communities have no viable alternative. What the NE gun arc does well, across seasons 7 and 8, is show the internal logic of the saviour organisation without endorsing it. The saviours are not all true believers. Some of them are in it because the alternative is death or exile. Some of them are in it because the sanctuary, the saviour's home base, provides genuine security that they value. NEA gun runs the place with specific rules. He has a code, however brutal, and he enforces it consistently, including punishing his own people when they step out of line. The show uses Eugene, who joins the saviours after being captured, to explore what it's like to decide to work within a terrible system because the alternative seems worse. The war itself, seasons 7 and 8, is where the show's structural limitations become visible in a way they hadn't before. A sustained armed conflict between two sides across many episodes requires a different narrative rhythm than the show had been using. The tension needs to escalate, and then resolve, and then re-escalate in a way that individual dramatic episodes aren't really built for. The war feels long, and not always in the productive way, but the ending of the war is worth pausing on. Rick wins. He has any gun at his mercy on the ground, beaten, with any gun's own barbed wire bat against his throat. And Rick slashes his throat, a wound that's survivable if treated quickly. He saves any gun. He keeps him as a prisoner, not as an execution, in fulfillment of what Carl had asked for. A future that didn't just keep repeating the same violence. Any gun lives in a cell in Alexandria for years. His redemption arc, and the show earns the argument that it is a redemption arc, while also acknowledging that any gun will never fully be what he was or shed what he did, is one of the quieter ongoing storylines in the later seasons. He and Judith have a strange, genuine friendship. He's allowed out, occasionally, under supervision. He makes choices that suggest he's absorbed something about what he was. He's never trusted, fully, by anyone who was in that forest. Dead City, the spin-off, takes place several years after all of this. N.E. Gunn is in hiding. He's wanted for something that gets revealed gradually in the series. He and Ginny, a mute young girl he's been protecting, are found by Maggie, who needs him specifically for a task he's uniquely suited to. The series uses their dynamic to pick up the thread the main show left dangling. These two people, whose history is the most jagged in the franchise, trying to figure out what relationship is possible between them now. We'll spend more time on Dead City in its own section. The important point here is that the NEE gun arc wasn't finished in the main series. Dead City is a continuation of a character study that the show was doing for years, and it's a better version of it than most of what came before. One more thing about NE Gun before we move on. There's a line he delivers in the season 7 premiere after everything has happened, after Glenn is dead and Abraham is dead, and the group is on their knees in the dirt in the forest. He's making a speech about how things are going to work now. And in the middle of all the cruelty and performance, he says something that sounds like genuine belief. He's not going to kill all of them because that would be wasteful. He wants them to work for him. He wants them to be part of something. He needs them to be alive and productive. People who survive in the Walking Dead's world have had to answer the question of what people are worth. Rick's answer has always been the answer of a cop. People have inherent value, and the community's job is to protect that value. N.E. Gunn's answer is the answer of a man who watched the world end and decided that value is functional. People are worth what they can do, and what they can do for him. The difference between those two answers is the show's central moral argument, and it runs through every season. The Saviours as an organisation, the sanctuary as a physical space, the day-to-day life inside it, is something the show explores in some depth in seasons 7 and 8, and the picture it builds is more complicated than the bad guys framing might suggest. The sanctuary is a former factory. It has power generated by fuel that the tribute system provides. It has a hierarchy that is, in its own way, internally meritocratic. People advance within the saviors through demonstrated competence and loyalty. There are wives, technically, though the show handles the ethics of that arrangement with some uncomfortable indirection. Women who are chosen to be any gun's partners, living in relative comfort compared to the general population, in an arrangement that the show implies is not exactly voluntary. Dwight and Sherry's story, the most sympathetic saviour perspective the show provides, is built around exactly this. A couple who came to the sanctuary voluntarily, who made a series of choices that eventually resulted in Sherry becoming one of any gun's wives, as the price of Dwight's life. The specific ugliness of that arrangement, and what it did to both of them, and what Dwight eventually does about it, is the show's deepest look at the saviour organisation from the inside. Dwight becomes a double agent for Rick's group, feeding information while maintaining his cover, and the show handles his arc with enough complexity to make his eventual defection feel earned rather than convenient. He's not a good person in any simple sense. He did things working for any gun that the show doesn't excuse. He's also someone who was broken in specific ways by specific circumstances, and who eventually, at significant personal cost, chose differently. Eugene's saviour arc is the most morally compromised version of the show's repeated theme of adaptation. He joins the saviours, takes on a role within their organisation, performs loyalty convincingly enough that any A gun values him. The show leaves deliberately ambiguous, for most of seasons 7 and 8, whether Eugene has actually defected or is playing a longer game. The answer is somewhere in between. He's protecting himself by being useful, which is what he's always done, and the protection happens to be from the people he'd been travelling with. He comes back. The show allows him to come back. His return is not triumphant. The saviour rank and file, the people who make up the sanctuary's general population, who do the supply runs and the enforcement and the maintenance, are glimpsed across the arc in ways that complicate the clean good guys versus bad guys framing. Some of them are true believers. Some of them are in it for the security. Some of them are afraid. The show is honest that the sanctuary's population is not monolithic, which is one of the things that makes the war's resolution, the community choosing to remain part of the post-war alliance, rather than simply being disbanded, feel at least partially plausible. Any E-Guns rules, enforced within the sanctuary, include some that the show presents as actually protective of the organisation's members. The rules against certain forms of interpersonal violence, the rules about food distribution, the rules about who gets to use what resources, the rule that nobody is allowed to use the Saviour's tribute collection methods to personally enrich themselves beyond the system's design. These rules matter within the sanctuary in a way that the tribute system's external victims wouldn't recognise, because the internal rules are real even when the external ones are brutal. This is the specific point the show is making about the governor and any gun, and later the Commonwealth. They all have internal ethics that are genuine and sincerely held. The limit of those ethics is where their people ends and the outside world begins. What makes them antagonists isn't that they have no values. It's that their values have an edge that cuts off at the boundary of their community and becomes something else on the other side. The scene where Rick spares Knee Gun and Carl's letter to Rick, which is read aloud in that moment, calling for a world where Knee Gun can be kept and reformed rather than executed, is the show's most explicit engagement with the question of whether the values Rick has been fighting for can be applied to the people he's been fighting against. The answer the show gives is maybe, slowly, at significant cost and without any guarantee that it works. Any gun in the cell for years, and then any gun trusted grudgingly, and then any gun in Dead City. This is the working out of what maybe looks like across a decade of story. There's a moment in Season 9, the episode called Omega, where Daryl and Sean are interrogating a young woman named Lydia in a cell at the hilltop. She's been brought in after an encounter in the woods. She's calm, she's compliant in an unsettling way. The way people are compliant when compliance has been conditioned into them so thoroughly that it's become indistinguishable from personality. And in the course of explaining where she came from, she says something that stops the scene cold. She says her mother taught her that the dead are the world now, that the living were a mistake, that the only honest way to survive is to accept your place in the hierarchy of the dead, beneath them, moving with them, wearing their skin. That's the premise of the Whisperers, a community of survivors who abandoned language and identity and social structure and learned to live among the dead by becoming, to the greatest possible extent, indistinguishable from them. They wear the faces and skins of walkers, sewn into rough masks. They move at walker pace when in a herd. They control herds, redirect them, use them as weapons. And they have philosophy, a coherent worldview built around the idea that humanity was a failed project, and that what the survivors call civilization is just the delusion of a species that hasn't yet accepted its own ending. The Whisperers are the show's most creative faction since The Governor, and they work for reasons that are partly logistical and partly thematic. Logistically, they're different enough from every previous antagonist group that they require completely different response strategies from the communities. The Saviours were a large, organised, military-style force. You fight them the way you fight a military. The Whisperers can be anywhere and can't be detected in a crowd of dead and direct herds against you. The community's defences, which were designed for human threats and walker threats as separate categories, have no protocol for a human threat that presents as a walker threat. Thematically, the Whisperers are an answer to a question the show has always been asking without fully articulating it. What if you took the logic of surviving at all costs to its absolute extreme conclusion? What if you decided that the thing keeping you alive was also the thing you should become? They're not evil in a simple sense. Alpha, their leader, has a coherent worldview and applies it consistently. Beta, her second-in-command, has made peace with what he is in a way that some of the show's more conflicted characters haven't managed. The horror isn't that they're irrational. The horror is that their logic, followed far enough, arrives somewhere deeply recognisable. Alpha, whose name before the apocalypse we learn eventually, though she doesn't use it, is played by Samantha Morton across 2 seasons with a specific kind of contained menace. She's not theatrical. She's not dramatic. She's quiet in the way of someone who has thought through every possible objection to their position and found an answer for it. She believes what she says. She's built a community around what she believes, and the community survives. The model works. She raised Lydia inside it, which is the most interesting and most damning detail about the Whisperers. A child who grew up learning that identity is a weakness and that love is a vulnerability has been given a worldview that may keep her alive and that simultaneously makes her incapable of the things that make surviving worth doing. Lydia's arc, her attachment to Henry at the Kingdom, the show's exploration of whether you can rebuild a capacity for connection that was never fully developed in the first place, is one of the more compassionate things later seasons attempted. Beta is a different kind of study. He's physically enormous, he's devoted to Alpha with an intensity that reads as almost religious, and he kills without hesitation or remorse in ways that are quite unsettling to watch. The late season reveal in season 10 that Beta was, before the apocalypse, a famous country singer with a significant following is the most overtly surreal piece of characterization the show attempted. A man who spent his pre-outbreak life performing an identity that felt false, who found in the collapse of civilization the opportunity to shed that identity entirely and become something that felt, for reasons he can't fully articulate, more true. I find this detail works better than it should, because it's so specific and so strange that it earns its own absurdity. Of course, the Whisperer's number 2 is a former celebrity. Of course, the apocalypse freed him from the performance of fame. And of course, the performance he's now engaged in, the death mask, the herd movement, the leather and the silence, is just as much a performance, just one he chose, rather than one the market imposed on him. The Pikes. In the episode The Calm Before, the show delivers what might be its most purely devastating sequence since Glenn's death. At a fair organised by the 4 communities, a genuine, joyful event, the kind of thing the later seasons kept reaching for, as evidence that people could build something worth protecting, several community members are revealed to have been taken by the Whisperers. And the next sequence shows, in slow reveal, what was done with them. Their heads mounted on wooden pikes, marking the boundary of Whisperer territory. 10 people, including Henry, Carol's ward, including Enid, who had grown from an angry, grieving teenager into a young adult doctor, including Tara, who had been a significant character for several seasons. The sequence is horrifying and earned in a way that Glenn's death was only partly earned, because by this point in the series, the show has had time to build the Whisperers as a credible threat operating by a specific and consistent logic, and the Pike scene is the logical expression of that logic. This is what it looks like when you govern through the dead. This is what it looks like when your worldview treats human lives as territory markers. The war with the Whisperers across Season 10 ends with Alpha's death at any gun's hands, a twist the show had been building for several episodes, and which lands with the specific satisfaction of an alliance that nobody wanted, but that made a certain dark sense. Any gun had been positioned to infiltrate the Whisperers, had built genuine credibility with Alpha, and in the end used it to do the thing the communities couldn't do from the outside. He kills Alpha, he brings her head back. Beta's response to Alpha's death is the most interesting thing the show does with him. He doesn't crack, he doesn't rage, he takes the herd, the massive walker herd that the Whisperers have been building and maintaining as their ultimate weapon, and he leads it toward the communities. Not in tactical deployment, not as a weapon to be used strategically. He leads it toward them the way you march something into the sea. He's done. Beta dies in the herd in the finale of the Whisperer arc, with half his face revealed, half the mask gone, the celebrity face underneath. Both identities collapsed into a single moment. He doesn't seem to mind. He might even be glad. That ending is quite moving in a dark way. A man who spent his life trapped between an identity he was born with and an identity he built, who found the apocalypse liberating because it let him stop pretending to be either, dying in the middle of a million dead things with both masks finally gone. The Whisperers leave the communities diminished but not destroyed, which is the appropriate outcome for a storyline built around the question of whether survival has to mean losing yourself. The communities survive. They keep their faces. The cost was Henry and Enid and Tara and 7 others, whose names are on the wall that the survivors build to remember them. That wall the Whisperer victims named Permanent, Publicly Acknowledged is the show's answer to Alpha's argument. The dead are not the world, the names are the world. The people who remember them are what makes the names matter. Lydia's arc across seasons 9 and 10 is the Whisperer storyline's most human thread, and it's worth examining in detail because the show does something fairly sophisticated with it. She arrives at the hilltop as someone who has been raised inside the Whisperer worldview so thoroughly that her first responses to the people around her are shaped entirely by Alpha's teachings. She doesn't understand personal space in the way the community does, because space wasn't personal in the Whisperers. She doesn't understand the value the community places on individual identity, because the Whisperers had abandoned that. She's friendly in a way that's slightly disorienting, friendly because she's decided these people aren't going to hurt her immediately, not because she has warmth in the conventional sense. What Henry does, and this is the season's most deliberate and also most difficult creative choice, is simply treat her like a person. He doesn't have a project about her. He's not trying to deprogram her or convert her or make a point through her. He likes her, and he shows it. And the experience of being liked without a hidden agenda is apparently so unfamiliar that it gets through the conditioning in a way that nothing deliberate could. The show handles Lydia's ongoing confusion about what she owes Alpha, the psychological difficulty of disentangling love for a mother from the damage that mother deliberately inflicted, with more care than the drama around it sometimes allows you to notice. There are moments where Lydia defends Alpha not out of loyalty to the Whisperers, but out of the specific defensive reflex of someone who is not yet able to fully acknowledge that the primary relationship of her life was built on exploitation. The show knows what it's showing. It doesn't editorialize about it. It trusts the audience to understand. Her relationship with Daryl in the Whisperer arc and after continues the pattern I mentioned in his section. Daryl Dixon and children who need someone in their corner. He's not her parent. He's not trying to be. He's the person who will say something honest to her when the world is trying to tell her lies, which is the specific thing she needs from someone with no personal stake in managing her. The Whisperer territory system, the idea of borders demarcated by walker-head pikes, of land that the dead own, is one of the show's most original pieces of world-building. Previous antagonists had territories too, but they were negotiated or seized through conventional power dynamics. The Whisperer's territory claim is built on a different logic. The land belongs to the dead, and the Whisperers are the intermediaries, and the border is the border between the world of the living and the world they believe is coming. It's apocalyptic thinking made into governance. The fair in the calm before, the event that precedes the Pike sequence, is worth spending a moment on, because the contrast it creates is important to how the revelation hits. The communities had been fractured since the 6-year time jump. This is their first real gathering, their first attempt at something like the Alliance's former cooperative spirit. There are games and food and music and the specific warmth of people who've been isolated, finding each other again. The episode is long and warm, and you can feel the show doing this deliberately, building you up to knock you harder. When the camera begins its slow reveal of the Pike border, moving from one head to the next, the shock is not just at the deaths themselves, but at the contrast with everything that came immediately before. The fair was real, the joy was real, and the Whisperers took people out of that joy and put their heads on sticks, and the fair continues in the background as the group learns what happened, because the people at the fair don't know yet. And the gap between those two spaces is the most brutal image the show produced in its final seasons. Alpha's logic, applied consistently, produces this outcome, and no other. She told them where her borders were. She enforced them. She was not surprised by her own actions, and would not have understood why anyone else would be. The horror of Alpha is not that she's irrational, it's that she's the most internally consistent character in the Whisperer arc. An internal consistency in her system produces mass killing. That's worth letting land properly. When the Commonwealth first appears in The Walking Dead, it announces itself with paper, specifically with a clipboard and a form. The soldiers who make contact with Yumiko and Eugene's scouting group in early season 11 are professionally equipped, wearing clean matching armour, and one of them produces a questionnaire. What did you do before the apocalypse? What were your skills? What sort of person are you? It's a human resources form. In the apocalypse, filled out under threat of violence if you don't cooperate. But still, a form. With boxes to tick, The cognitive dissonance of encountering something bureaucratic in a world where bureaucracy collapsed a decade ago is the Commonwealth's first and best piece of characterization. This is a community that is, in some meaningful sense, trying to be the old world. Not just surviving, trying to rebuild something that looks and functions like civilization as it was before, complete with the organizational infrastructure of the old world. Jobs, services, a class system, a PR department, a newspaper. About 50,000 people live in the Commonwealth. This is the largest single human settlement in the known Walking Dead universe. By a very significant margin, the Saviours at their height had maybe a few thousand. The Alliance communities perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 combined. 50,000 is not a settlement, it's a city. It has restaurants and football games and medical facilities and schools and all the markers of what we'd recognise as a functioning urban environment. Rebuilt in the ruins of what appears to be a portion of Cincinnati, Ohio, it also has, more pertinently, a class hierarchy that was inherited wholesale from the old world. The settlement's founder, the late Pamela Milton's family, occupies the top tier. Professionals, doctors, engineers, administrators occupy the next tier. And at the bottom are the manual workers, the street sweepers, the food service people, the labour necessary to keep 50,000 people functioning, who live in conditions meaningfully worse than the people at the top. The show deploys this class critique carefully and mostly honestly. It doesn't pretend the Commonwealth's hierarchy is more complicated than it is, and it doesn't pretend the people at the bottom don't know they're at the bottom. Eugene, who arrives in the Commonwealth as part of a group that eventually becomes politically significant, is the character most useful for observing the system from the outside. He's a man who has always survived by making himself useful to whatever power structure he found himself in, and the Commonwealth is the most sophisticated version of that structure he's ever encountered. Pamela Milton, who governs the Commonwealth, is the show's most interesting antagonist since the governor, and the comparison is instructive. Where the governor was charismatic and personally violent, Pamela is political and institutional. She doesn't need to do the violence herself. She has systems for that. She doesn't need to manage individual people's perceptions. She has a communication structure for that too. She's a woman who maintains power through the management of institutions rather than through personal force, and that distinction makes her in some ways more insidious. Her son Sebastian is the show's most successful attempt at the particular horror of the aristocratic heir, a young man whose entire life has been shaped by the belief that his family's position is natural and deserved, who has never been required to understand that other people's lives have the same weight as his own. He's not a good villain, he's too contemptible to be frightening, but he's an accurate one. And his eventual death, at the hands of the reanimated people he'd been sending to their deaths for his personal entertainment, is one of the late show's better constructed moments of consequence. Lance Hornsby, the Commonwealth's deputy governor, is the most entertaining addition the final season made to the show's character landscape. He's a functionary with ambitions, a man who understood from the beginning that the Commonwealth's reach could be much greater than Pamela was choosing to extend it, and who spent his career trying to build that extension by attaching himself to it. He's not ideologically motivated in any meaningful sense. He wants what the old world would have called a good career, and the apocalypse has just changed what the career path looks like. He's compelling because his goals are so legible and so ordinary in a context that renders them strange. The Commonwealth resistance, built around Maggie, Daryl, Carol, and several community leaders, is the final alliance the show assembles. What it's resisting is, at first, Pamela's personal misuse of the Commonwealth's authority, and then more broadly, the question of whether a functioning civilization built on exploitation and class control is a civilization worth having. The show's answer to that question is nuanced in ways the middle seasons sometimes weren't. The Commonwealth is not destroyed, it's reformed. The end of the main series sees the Commonwealth continuing, with different leadership and a different relationship to the communities that were nominally beneath it. The suggestion is that the institution itself is worth preserving if the people running it can be changed, which is either an optimistic statement about the possibility of institutional reform or a somewhat comfortable conclusion to a series that raised the question more sharply than it answered it. Possibly both. Eugene Porter is the character whose arc in the final seasons I find most quietly moving, and this is someone I would not have predicted feeling that way about when he was introduced in season 4 as the liar who pretended to know the cure. Eugene spent years in the show being defined by his cowardice, by the gap between what he claimed and what he was capable of. His decision in the later seasons to become someone who actually did what he said he would do is not announced dramatically. It's demonstrated in small choices over time that add up to a person the earlier version of Eugene could not have been. His relationship with Stephanie, and through her his role in the events that eventually brought the communities into contact with the Commonwealth, is the clearest expression of this arc. Eugene did the thing he said he would do. He built the radio system. He maintained the contact. He got them there. He was, for once, precisely what he claimed to be. Jodith Grimes, Rick's daughter, is the character the final seasons put most explicitly in the position of successor to everything the series had been building. Born during the apocalypse, raised by Mich, Sean and Rick until Rick disappeared, shaped by the events of every season since, Judith is the Walking Dead's thesis statement about what is worth surviving for. The children who grow up knowing nothing but this world, but who can still choose who to be in it. Her survival of a bullet wound in the finale is the show's clearest signal about what it considers permanent. The final season ends with the communities in a tentative state of something like stability. Not peace, The Walking Dead doesn't do peace, but a sustainable equilibrium, an arrangement under which people can build things and feed themselves and raise children and occasionally mourn what they've lost. The group that started in the Atlanta camp is, at this point, spread across communities in Virginia, some of them dead, many of them changed beyond the recognition of their earlier selves. What they built, the networks and alliances and mutual obligations that make a city that size something more than a settlement, is the thing the show had been arguing for since episode 1. Whether it was worth everything it cost is the question the show asks without quite answering. Walking Dead was never a show that resolved that kind of question. It presented the costs and the gains and trusted the audience to do the accounting. The Commonwealth's newspaper, the Commonwealth Tribune, which is the show's most quietly satirical detail in the final season, deserves more discussion than it typically gets. It's a newspaper, a functioning, regularly published newspaper with a printing press and a distribution system. Pamela Milton's office gets advance copies. The Tribune represents both the Commonwealth's genuine achievement, the restoration of something resembling civic journalism, and its central failure. It publishes what the governing structure wants published. It avoids what the governing structure doesn't want known. And then, in the later episodes of Season 11, it begins to publish what it actually knows because the person running it decides the paper's function matters more than the arrangement's convenience, and the Commonwealth's management of information begins to fail. This is a very specific institutional story about the role of a free press in a society, and the show tells it in a couple of episodes, embedded in a much busier arc. It's easy to overlook. It shouldn't be overlooked. Rositu SP Enosu's arc in the Commonwealth arc is also worth noting because she's a character who's been in the show since season 4 and whose central arc has always been somewhat secondary to the main character's larger stories. The Commonwealth gives her the most significant individual storyline she's had: a mother protecting her child, a soldier trying to find a way through a political conflict, and ultimately, a death that the show treats with the seriousness the character deserved. Her death in the season 11 finale is one of the most unglamorous and therefore one of the most honest deaths the show produced. She was bitten, she managed the aftermath, she said goodbye to her daughter. She died having made her choice about how to use the time she had left. Father Gay Briol's Commonwealth arc, he becomes a kind of political operative within the community, using his access to Sebastian Milton's orbit to gather information, is the most unlikely deployment of a character whose arc across the series has been entirely about guilt and faith. He started as someone who locked his congregation out of his church. He ended as someone conducting espionage in a post-apocalyptic city. The show earns this trajectory, more or less. Gabriel's willingness to do uncomfortable things in service of people he loves has been consistent across many seasons, even as the specific uncomfortable things have changed considerably. Princess Juanitu Sanche, who joins the group on the road to the Commonwealth, is the show's most entertainingly eccentric character and one of its most effective late additions. She spent an extended period of solitude before the Commonwealth encounter, which has given her relationship with human interaction a quality that swings between overcrowded and deeply earnest. She wants to connect. She wants it loudly and without filter. And the group of people she connects with in the Commonwealth arc are improbably people who come to appreciate the loudness, because it's unambiguously real in a context where most people's behaviour is being shaped by political calculation. Her relationship with Eugene is the show's final major romantic pairing, and it works precisely because both of them are in very different ways outside the normal social registers of their world. Eugene is overly formal, verbose, socially miscalibrated. Princess is overly immediate, informal, boundary unaware. Together they are, as the show eventually settles on, with affection, exactly as strange as each other. The Commonwealth's football game, an actual American football game, refereed with teams and fans and concessions, is the most surreal image the franchise has ever produced. 200,000 people, a decade after the world ended, watching men throw a ball around a stadium. The show plays this completely straight as evidence of what the Commonwealth has achieved. Not just survival, not just community, but enough surplus of resources and security that entertainment is possible. That the entertainment they've chosen is football, and that the political machinations in the show run through the football game's social context is the show at its most blackly funny. The final season's coalition, the communities allying against Pamela's management of the Commonwealth crisis, not against the Commonwealth itself, is the show's clearest statement of what all these years of world building have been building toward. Not the destruction of civilization, but its reform. You don't tear down what that many people depend on. You try to change who's running it and how. It's a more modest and more grown-up political conclusion than the show might have ended on. And I think it's the right one. Manhattan after the apocalypse looks like Manhattan being slowly reclaimed by itself. The buildings are still there. You don't bring down skyscrapers with social collapse, but nature has been working on the streets below for years. Vegetation through the asphalt, water damage, the specific state of a city that was maintained by millions of daily acts of maintenance that have now stopped. And moving through the streets below, a massive herd, the largest shown in the franchise to this point, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The island geography is the spin-off's most significant creative advantage. Manhattan is naturally contained. The Hudson River to the west, the East River to the east. The infrastructure of a city that kept people in as much as it connected them to everything outside. Once the bridges were compromised, by load, by deterioration, by deliberate action, the show doesn't specify which. The herd that was on the island when the outbreak happened was effectively trapped there. Nowhere to go, just walking the grid for years. For survivors on the island, this means vertical living. The high-rises of Manhattan give a post-apocalyptic community options that no other setting in the franchise has provided. Go high enough, and the walkers become irrelevant, their threat bounded by the stairs. Communities on the upper floors of skyscrapers with access to rooftops and aerial connections between buildings could, in principle, survive indefinitely above the herd's reach. The show uses this in ways that are visually distinctive. Rooftop gardens, zip lines between buildings, the specific logic of a city adapted for vertical rather than horizontal movement. Maggie Rhee is, by the time Dead City begins, someone who has been through enough that her willingness to walk back into Manhattan and ask Nee Gunsmith for help is a measure of how serious her situation is, rather than how low her standards have fallen. Her son, Herschel, has been taken by a man called the K.R. Rochat, who has made it to Manhattan and who Nee Gun knows. That's the arrangement. Nee Gun knows the K.R. Rochat, therefore Nee Gun might be able to get close enough to him to be useful. Maggie needs Nee Gun, and Nee Gun needs something the arrangement can offer him. These are people who would be happy never to speak to each other again, which is the productive tension the show runs on. The KROH is worth spending some time on, because he's a more interesting villain than he might initially appear. Before the apocalypse he had been through, and the show's deliberately vague about what exactly, something devastating enough to break him in specific ways. Nee Gun found him in the early days of the Saviors, a man in terrible psychological condition who needed structure and a framework, and as N.A. Gun himself eventually admits, a sense that someone valued him. N.A. Gun provided all of that, and in gratitude, and in the way that broken people sometimes attach themselves to powerful ones, the KROH became devoted. The problem was that the KROH's methods exceeded even what any gun was willing to sanction. His interrogation of a woman who turned out to be a Kingdom Scout, a woman the KROH had correctly assessed as having information, but who Nee Gun had assessed as an innocent and ordered released, crossed a line that resulted in the KROH's dismissal from the Saviors. Nee Gun tried to kill him, failed. The KROH survived with a missing ear and a decade of grievance. The New Babylon Federation, which provides the institutional context for Dead City, is one of the series' most interesting pieces of world-building expansion. It's a post-Commonwealth political structure, multiple communities bound together under a loose federal arrangement, with marshals who enforce the Federation's laws across member communities. Marshal P.R. Lee Armstrong is pursuing N.E. Gun for charges related to his past, which, given what N.E. Gun's past contains, is understandable, and the series uses Pearly to provide the outside view of who N.E. Gun is to people who didn't live through the Saviour era firsthand. Pearly's storyline in Dead City is also a grief story. His brother Joel has been surviving alone in Manhattan, and finding out what happened to Joel is the personal thread running through his professional pursuit of N.E. Gun. The show is quite good at keeping Pearly from being simply an obstacle. He's doing his job, which is a legitimate job, against a man who did things that deserve to be accounted for, and the complication isn't that Pearly is wrong about Nee Gun, but that the situation requires Nee Gun's help before any accounting can happen. Ginny is the spin-off's most quietly effective character, a young girl who became mute after finding her father's reanimated body, who has been with N.E. Gun for long enough that their dynamic has the particular texture of two people who've had to figure each other out without one of them being able to speak. Nee Gun's relationship with Ginny is the clearest evidence of who he's become, the practical, undemonstrative care of someone who has decided that this person is under his protection, without making a speech about it. The Dharma, the criminal mastermind behind the KROH's Manhattan operation, becomes the spin-off's true antagonist once the KROH's role as her instrument is established. The show uses the Dharma to establish that Manhattan's survivor ecosystem has its own political economy. its own power structures, its own version of the exploitation for survival logic the franchise keeps returning to. Manhattan is not just a dangerous setting, it's a working, functioning, and deeply troubled society. What Dead City is really doing, underneath the action and the Manhattan Walker sequences, is exploring whether redemption is recognized or whether it's simply the absence of further harm. Any gun has changed. The show has spent 3 seasons establishing this. Dead City spends its first season refusing to let that establishment settle. Every character Maggie and any gun encounter knows something about who he was, and that knowledge shapes every interaction. He can be different from who he was and still be perceived as who he was. The gap between those two things is where the series lives. Maggie's journey in the spin-off is, in some ways, more interesting than it might look. She's the character who most clearly represents the perspective of victims. She knows what any gun did. She watched it. She lost Glenn to it. And the show is careful not to resolve her position simply. She doesn't forgive any gun in Dead City. She doesn't refuse to work with him either. She makes the pragmatic calculation required by her son's situation, and she lives in the discomfort of that calculation across the whole series. That's not satisfying in the way a clean resolution would be satisfying. It's more honest. The Walker problem in Manhattan is qualitatively different from anything the main series dealt with. And let me explain why. In the main series, Walkers are a managed threat. Communities have fences, walls, protocols, sufficient open space to deal with incursions. The Walkers are always there, but they can be handled in a context of relative mobility. Manhattan's street grid offers no such room. The space between buildings is narrow. The density of Walkers is extreme, and any encounter at ground level is immediately hemmed in by architecture and numbers. The show finds creative solutions to this. The zip lines between buildings, the elevated walkways, the specific choreography of a community that has worked out how to navigate from rooftop to rooftop. But it also leans into the claustrophobia, and the result is action sequences that feel markedly different from anything in the parent show. Smaller, more cramped, with less room for error and less possibility of the kind of dramatic retreats that the main show's more open settings allowed. The KROH's operation on the island is worth examining as a social structure, because it reveals what a mid-level antagonist looks like when they're operating without a strong governing ideology. The KROH isn't alpha. He doesn't have a worldview that explains his behaviour. He doesn't have Negan's specific philosophy about people as productive assets. He's someone who took the tools the Saviours gave him, the capacity for organised violence, the understanding of how to extract compliance through threat, and built a local operation around them. He's a crime lord in post-apocalyptic form, and the Manhattan setting gives that a particular flavour. The KRH's use of walkers in his arena fights, the show riffs on the governor's arena, but in a different key, is the most visually arresting element of his operation. Where the governor's arena was about theatrical violence as community entertainment, the KROH's use seems more functionally sadistic, a way to dispose of problems and establish who's in charge simultaneously. The efficiency of it is part of what makes it uncomfortable. Herschel Jr.'s presence as Maggie's motivation is the spin-off's most important structural decision. We're given a character who is the genetic continuation of Glenn Rhee, who carries his name and, as the show carefully establishes, something of his father's specific quality of stubborn hopefulness. And he's been taken by someone who Maggie needs any gun to help her with. The layering of griefs here is deliberate. Herschel Jr. is named for her father, who died at the governor's hands. He's the son of Glenn, who died at any guns, and recovering him requires any gun's help. The show is working with the full accumulated weight of Maggie's loss. What Maggie does with any gun across Dead City is more interesting than simply using him as a tool. She watches him. She's accumulating information about who he's become with the specific attention of someone who has known exactly what he was and needs to understand whether that's still what he is. There are moments where she catches him being something other than what she expects, protective, visibly distressed, capable of choices that serve other people at cost to himself, and the show shows her noticing without making a production of it. The New Babylon Federation, as the institutional context around the series, is the most interesting piece of world-building expansion in any of the spin-offs. It implies that the communities of the main series, Alexandria, the Hilltop, the Kingdom, are, at the time of Dead City, part of a larger political structure with enough organizational capacity to maintain marshals and enforce laws across member communities. The Federation is what the communities were building toward in the final seasons, and Dead City shows it functioning, imperfectly, with all the bureaucratic and political complications that any real institution develops. The city itself, Manhattan, post-apocalyptic, is the spin-off's greatest asset. There's no other setting like it in the franchise, and the show uses it with genuine creativity. The scale, the darkness, the vertical dimension, the specific history of a place that was one of the densest human habitations on Earth before the world ended. Walking Dead found its specific identity partly through setting: the Georgia of the early seasons, the Virginia of the middle seasons, and Dead City finds something new and singular in the island. Let's start with the question the show doesn't immediately answer. How did Daryl Dixon end up floating unconscious in the Atlantic Ocean, tied to an overturned rowboat, drifting toward the coast of France? The show is deliberately vague about the answer in Season 1, and by design, the ambiguity means Daryl's situation in France is presented without the comfort of a clear purpose. He wasn't on a mission, he wasn't sent, he went looking for something across the ocean and ended up very far from where he was trying to be. The specifics emerge slowly across the season, and by the time they do, they feel less important than what they've been replaced by. The question of what Daryl does when he's completely without context. He washes up on the coast of France, determined from a road sign, noted with a specific tired Darylness that is immediately characterizing, and starts walking in the direction of the coast closest to America, across country, through ruins, past the remnants of French civilization, which look very much like the remnants of American civilization except for the architecture. The landscape of post-apocalyptic France is the show's best visual decision across any of the spin-offs. Medieval buildings partially reclaimed by vegetation. The specific quality of European ruin that differs from American ruin. The older bones beneath the modern surface. The way the countryside sits differently around built structures. And in the cities, particularly Paris, a different density of visual information. The narrow streets, the stone buildings, the walkers moving through them with the same mindless direction they moved through Atlanta, just in a setting that makes the anachronism visible in a different way. The burners, the acidic walker variant I mentioned earlier, when we were discussing how the dead work are encountered very early in Daryl's first day in France. Their blood burns. Their bite is chemical, as well as biological. They represent an immediate, practical escalation of the threat level, and they establish that whatever Daryl knows about surviving this world, he's going to have to relearn some of it for this specific geography. Laurent is the narrative element the show's most patient about. He's a boy being transported by a group of nuns, the Union of Hope, a French survivor community organized around religious belief, toward a community called the Nest. He's perhaps 12 years old. He's thoughtful in a way that's slightly unusual, attentive to the people around him in ways children often aren't. And walkers don't react to him. They move around him. They ignore him in the same way they'd ignore each other. The show presents Laurent's quality without offering a scientific explanation for it in season 1, which is the right choice. Whatever he is, whatever it means, the show is more interested in what people project onto him than in the mechanism that produces the projection. The Union of Hope believes he's significant in a theological sense. Junai, the antagonist, leader of the power of the living, believes that the idea of a special child is dangerous delusion that gives desperate people false comfort and makes them harder to control. Both positions are defensible, and the show doesn't collapse them into a simple answer. Isabel is the character who does the most to ground Daryl's France arc. She's a nun, formerly a woman who lived a difficult life in Paris before the outbreak, drugs, a bad relationship with a man named Quinn, a sister named Lily, who died giving birth to Laurent. She became a nun after the world ended, not before, which puts her faith in an interesting category. She chose it in the full knowledge of what the world had revealed itself to be. That's a different thing than faith inherited from a before that no longer exists. Her dynamic with Daryl is the show's most carefully calibrated new character relationship since the main series. They're similar in specific ways. Both carry damage they don't advertise, both default to function over disclosure, both make themselves useful because it's easier than accepting help. They irritate each other in the productive way of people who are too similar to be comfortable around each other. And they develop something over the course of the season that the show is wise enough not to package into a category. Quinn's Demimonde nightclub in the Paris catacombs is one of the best imagined survivor locations in any TWD property. The catacombs themselves, the real catacombs, where the remains of roughly 6 million Parisians were relocated in the 18th and 19th centuries, are exactly the kind of setting that makes post-apocalyptic fiction in France feel different from the same story told in America. History is physically layered in European settings in ways that American ones often aren't. The dead have been there longer. Quinn built his club on top of that literal history of accumulated death, which the show gestures at without labouring the point. Junai and the Power of the Living represent the franchise's most explicitly political antagonist organisation, a movement built around the idea that survival requires order, that order requires control, and that anything, faith, sentiment, the idea of special children, that gives people hope outside the official structure is a threat to the control that makes survival possible. She's not wrong that hope can be weaponized. She's applying that insight in the service of something that looks quite a lot like authoritarian management. The show knows this and treats the tension honestly. Carol's arrival in season 2 of Daryl Dixon is the most significant structural shift the spin-off makes. Bringing Carol into the France narrative risks reducing the show to an extension of the main series dynamic. Daryl and Carol together again, which is a dynamic the audience knows and loves. What the show does instead is use Carol's arrival to test what Daryl has become in France. A person who has built something there, who has obligations and relationships, who has stopped waiting to go home in the way that implies no other life is possible. Carol arrives into a Daryl who is not simply awaiting rescue or reunion. That creates friction. The friction is generative. Their reunion has the specific texture of two people who have spent years carrying the same weight separately and are now in the same room with it, and not quite sure what to do about the fact that the other person was also carrying it the whole time. The France spin-off, at its best, is asking a question about identity that the main series was too busy to fully address. Who are you when everything that named you, your community, your role, your history, is not available? Daryl Dixon without Alexandria, without the Alexandrians, without the context that has defined him for a decade, is still Daryl. The crossbow eventually comes back. The bike eventually comes back. But what was there before those things came back is the show's most honest answer about who he actually is. The question of France's survivor population, who's there, how many, how they're organised, is one of the spin-off's more interesting lore expansions because it gives the audience the first sustained look at how the Walking Dead world developed in a different cultural and national context. The Union of Hope is structured around a loose religious conviction, the belief that something remains possible, that the dead are not the permanent state of things, that whatever Laurent is or represents matters. This is a faith community in the practical rather than exclusively theological sense, organized around a shared belief that provides motivation for cooperative action. The nuns are not the only members. They lead, but the community around them is secular as well as religious. The Power of the Living, Junet's organization, is the ideological counter. Where the Union of Hope holds that something beyond pure survival is possible, Junet holds that pure survival is the highest available goal, that the machinery of survival requires control, that control requires the elimination of alternatives. She's not monstrous, she's built something real. She keeps people alive, the communities under her management function. The show uses her honestly enough that her position is defensible as well as wrong. The demi-monde in the Paris catacombs is the spin-off's most surprising single setting. The actual catacombs of Paris, real world, contain the remains of approximately 6 million people, transferred there in the 18th century from overcrowded Parisian cemeteries. Quinn built a club on top of that, living people dancing above 6 million dead ones. And then the apocalypse happened and the dead outnumber the living almost everywhere, and Quinn's club became something different. The show doesn't over-explain the symbolism. It doesn't need to. Isabelle's backstory, the life she led in Paris before the outbreak, the choices she made, the things she survived, is disclosed gradually across season 1, and the show uses each disclosure to complicate the nun's habit she's wearing now. She's not someone who chose religion from innocence or untested faith. She chose it from the full knowledge of what she'd been and done, which is a different thing and, in some ways, a stronger thing. The faith she carries is the kind that was built against resistance. The language barrier is something the spin-off uses well without overplaying it. Daryl's French is non-existent in season 1, and slowly, marginally, improving by season 2 in the specific way that people improve in a language when they're surrounded by speakers and need it practically. He communicates in season 1 through Isabelle's translation and through the non-verbal fluency of someone who has always communicated as much through presence as through words. The show understands that Daryl Dixon is actually not primarily a verbal communicator, and France is the most extreme version of the environment that has always suited him better. Carol's approach to France and to Daryl's situation in France is notably practical. She doesn't arrive with emotional weight about what he's been through, or at least she doesn't lead with it. She arrives with the Carol toolkit: assess, adapt, be useful. The emotional content is there, but it's not the first thing she deploys, because she knows Daryl and she knows that leading with emotion, with him, is less effective than leading with capability. You show Daryl Dixon you care about him by doing the work alongside him. Their discussion, across season 2, about whether to go back, whether there's something to go back to, and whether going back is the same as going home, and whether home is a place or a feeling or a set of people, is the spin-off's most substantive conversation. Two people who both left everything they knew, one voluntarily and one not, trying to figure out whether what they left is still what they'd return to. The show doesn't answer this, it's the right non-answer, because home, in the Walking Dead universe, has never been a place. It's been a decision you make and keep making about what you're willing to stay for and who you're staying with. Daryl and Carol making that decision in France, rather than in Virginia, is either the most logical or most absurd place to be having it. Probably both. There are 6 episodes of The Ones Who Live. 6 episodes across which it covers, at minimum, 7 years of in-universe time, 2 character arcs, that had been building across a decade of television, and a romantic resolution that the show had been moving towards since the middle of season 4. 6 episodes is not a lot of space for all of that. The writers knew this, and the series shows the compression in specific ways. Some things move faster than they would if the show had more time. Some emotional beats land harder than the context fully earns. But the overall effect is of a piece of television that had been thinking about these two characters for years and finally had the room to say what it needed to say. Let's start with where Rick has been. The CRM, the Civic Republic Military, is the helicopter organization that first appeared in the background of the main series as early as season 1. A helicopter glimpsed by Rick in the Atlanta cityscape years before we understood what it represented. The CRM operates in service of the Civic Republic, a city of approximately 200,000 people built in and around Philadelphia, which is the largest known human settlement in the Walking Dead universe. 200,000 people is a city, not a survivor community, an actual city with infrastructure and supply chains and military capacity. The CRM's philosophy, insofar as it can be extracted from the show, is that the Civic Republic is humanity's best chance of survival and eventual recovery, and that protecting it justifies whatever means are required, including the destruction of other communities that might threaten it, including the classification of people as either A's, threats or strong personalities, essentially anyone who has leadership capability, or B's, compliant people who can be integrated into the system. Rick, assessed on capture, is an A. A's don't get returned home. A's are too dangerous to release. What Rick's 6 years in the CRM looked like, and the show covers this in a mixture of present tense scenes and carefully placed flashbacks, is a process of being slowly transformed into something the organization can use. He's given a rank, a unit, a role. He performs the role. He begins to believe in the role in the specific way that people believe in a framework, when it's the only framework available. He makes a friend, a man named OHQ4, who holds a genuine belief that the CRM can be changed from within, that the organization's worst impulses can be redirected towards something better. OHQ4's death, a projectile through a helicopter window during what appears to be a routine mission, removes the one person inside the CRM who was also pushing against it. And Rick, after OHQ4 moves in a specific and heartbreaking direction. He burns the letters he's been writing to Michonne. He burns the phones he's been trying to use to reach her. He accepts the soldier the CRM has been building out of him. He decides in the specific way of a man who has run out of available hope that this is now what he is. The show handles this with care. Rick becoming something else is not presented as corruption or weakness. It's presented as what happens to a person with sufficient resilience when the conditions of their life provide no alternative for long enough. The CRM didn't break him. He's too sturdy for that. They just surrounded him long enough and completely enough that the surrounding became the world. Michonne's arc in the years since the bridge has been the arc of someone managing an impossible grief with the tools available. She built something at Alexandria. She didn't collapse. She didn't abandon Judith and RJ. She kept the community running and the wall up and people alive. But the grief is there underneath everything, and the show is honest about its cost. The Michonne who appears in The Ones Who Live is more guarded and more closed than the Michonne of the later main series seasons, which is saying something. The evidence she finds that Rick might be alive arrives through channels that are unreliable and incomplete. The show is appropriately ambiguous about exactly how she finds it, because the point isn't the mechanism. The point is what she does with it. She leaves. She leaves Judith and RJ, who are old enough now and surrounded by people who will protect them, and she goes looking. She accepts that the looking might be fatal, She goes anyway. Her capture by the CRM, which happens essentially immediately in the timeline of the ones who live, before she can find Rick through any other means, is the show's most economical piece of structure in the whole series. She goes looking for Rick. The CRM finds her, and she ends up inside the same organisation she was looking for a way around. And then, in what is likely the most effectively mounted reunion in the franchise's history, she and Rick end up in the same location during a mission operation, and they see each other. The reunion itself is in an episode in the middle of the series rather than at the end, which is a creative choice that says something important about what the ones who live is interested in. The story isn't about them finding each other, it's about what they do after they find each other. Rick and Michonne reunited in the middle of the CRM with no clean exit available is not a resolution, it's the beginning of the actual problem. What follows, their negotiation of what comes next, how to get out, whether getting out is possible, what they're willing to do to make it possible, is the series' core material. Rick is convinced initially that there is no escape, that the CRM will find and kill them if they try to run, that the only viable option is to work from the inside in the way OHQ4 had been working from the inside. Michonne finds this position difficult because Michonne has not been inside long enough to have had the hope drained out. The backstory the series gives Rick, the burning crop story from his childhood, which he tells OQ4 and which recurs through the series, is the show's most direct articulation of what Rick Grimes fundamentally is. His father set fire to their failing crops deliberately, knowing the fire would hurt the family in the short term, believing it would save the farm in the longer term. His father was calm about it, certain in the way of someone who has calculated the odds and made his decision. And his father was right. The crops came back. The farm survived. Rick has been applying this logic all his life. Sometimes the thing that looks like destruction is the thing that saves. The bridge, the burning of the crops, the decision to slash any gun's throat rather than kill him. Rick has a consistent pattern of choosing the action that looks like loss in the service of something he believes will grow back. The Ones Who Live uses this to arrive at an ending that is, by Walking Dead standards, relatively gentle. They get out together. Not without cost, the CRM's Philadelphia operation is significantly disrupted in the process, and the show implies that the disruption will have lasting consequences for the organization's more destructive ambitions. Rick and Michonne choose each other over the CRM's larger project, which is the correct choice by every value system the franchise has ever endorsed. Their last scene is quiet. Two people who have been separated for 6 years and have each been reshaped by that separation, sitting together in a kind of exhausted peace that is not quite happiness, but is something the show has been arguing is better than happiness. Surviving together. That's the Rick and Michonne story. It took 15 years of television to tell it. Was it worth it? I think so. The slow accumulation of trust and loss and the specific quality of two people who became essential to each other without quite planning to. That kind of story earns its ending because it's honest about the cost. Everything about The Ones Who Live feels like it was paying attention to what the main series had built. The 6 episodes don't always have enough room for what they're doing. But they know what they're doing, which is more than can be said for some much longer stretches of this franchise. The specific horror of what the CRM does and what makes it distinct from the Governor and Any Gun and the Whisperers as a villain structure is that it's not personal, it's institutional. The Governor did terrible things because of who the Governor was and what he'd lost. Any Gun built the saviors around his specific personality and his specific understanding of what people needed. The Whisperers were organised around Alpha's vision. All of these antagonists had individual fingerprints on the damage they caused. The CRM harms people through bureaucratic process. Communities are assessed for viability, and communities that don't meet the threshold are dealt with. The language of the institution is the language of administration. The harm is industrialized rather than personal. There's no governor making the decision to destroy a settlement. There's a committee that applied a rubric and reached an output. And the output says, this community doesn't survive the resource calculation. This is The Walking Dead's most sophisticated piece of political horror, and it's buried in a spin-off that a lot of the main series audience didn't follow through to. The people running the CRM aren't monsters in the way the governor was a monster. They're administrators who made peace with the math, and that peace, that specific comfort with the math, is something the show argues is more dangerous than personal cruelty because it's harder to locate and impossible to negotiate with. Rick's experience inside the CRM is specifically the experience of someone trying to find the person inside the institution, trying to find where the individual decisions are being made, who is accountable, who might be reached. The answer the series provides is almost nobody. The accountability is distributed. The decisions are made at levels below the visible leadership. The harm is the product of process. Okufor's belief that the CRM can be reformed from within is the show's most tragically naive position, and the show treats it with the compassion that sincere, misplaced hope deserves. He's not foolish. He understands the organization. He just believes that institutions can be changed by the people inside them if those people are principled and patient. The history of institutions suggests he's not entirely wrong about this, but it usually requires more time than individuals within the institution have available. Michonne's Nat and Jay disrelationships within the CRM are worth noting. Jay Dis, and from the main series, the junkyard community leader who'd been providing the CRM with people in exchange for passage, reappears in The Ones Who Live as a CRM military officer named Major General OHQ for Jay Dis, having built a career within the organisation over the 6 years since Rick's disappearance. She knows where Rick is. She's been protecting his classification as a B, preventing him from being recognised as an A, which would mean elimination. The moral complexity of Jay Dis's position is the most challenging the show asks the audience to hold. She collaborated with an organisation that destroys communities. She provided people to it who may have been harmed. She did this for passage and for safety and eventually for personal advancement. She also, in the same period, protected Rick from a classification that would have killed him. Both of these things are equally true. The show doesn't resolve them. The ending of The Ones Who Live, the specific way the CRM's Philadelphia operation is disrupted, involves the release of a sample that the show handles carefully in terms of what it implies. The series avoids being explicit about the full scale of what happens, but the implication is that Rick and Michonne's departure from the CRM is not cost-free, that the disruption they cause is significant and will have consequences for the organization's capacity. Whether those consequences are, in the franchise's larger context, good or bad, is a question the show leaves open. What it closes, fully, is the Rick and Michonne story. Two people sitting together after years of separation, in something that looks like peace, if you know what it cost. The show has been building to this for 6 years, of real time and a very long run of television. The specificity of what Danai Gurira and Andrew Lincoln do in that final scene, the way they hold each other, the specific exhaustion and relief of people who have stopped running, is the payoff the whole franchise was working toward. It's enough. After everything, it's enough. Since we've covered the major characters and storylines, I want to spend some time on the communities themselves, the actual physical and social structures that The Walking Dead built across its run. Because a significant amount of the show's lore is embedded in those communities, in what they look like, how they're organised, what problems they solve, and what problems they create. The Atlanta camp, which I've referenced several times, was the first community and the most improvised. It had no fixed infrastructure. It was tents and an RV and the informal authority of whoever was most capable. Its vulnerabilities were total. No walls, no real perimeter security, dependent on the noise discipline of its members and the walker-related luck of its location. The fact that it held together for months before the attack in Season 1 is a testament to how early the outbreak was. Walker density was lower then. The immediate crisis hadn't yet collapsed into full-scale civilization failure, and the specific luck of a hillside campsite with decent sightlines was more valuable than it would have been later. The prison, which the group occupies for the core of Seasons 3 and 4, is the most practically interesting survivor community in the show. The layered fencing, the walker-infested buffer zones between the outer fence and the inner buildings is the show's first sustained look at what secure perimeter actually means in this world. It's not a wall in the way Alexandria has walls. It's a managed buffer. Walkers in the buffer can't get in, and they serve as a kind of early warning system. The prison's vulnerability isn't its external security. It's its size, its number of entry and exit points, and the specific problem of the fence eventually failing from walker weight. Tuomi Nus is the show's most chilling example of a community that inverted its original premise. The signs on the road, "Sanctuary for All," were apparently sincere when first posted. Then something happened. The show implies it without specifying. The Tuomi Nus community was attacked and victimized, and the response to that victimization was to become the predator. The entire infrastructure of Tuomi Nus, the open welcoming space, the warm reception, the promises, was redesigned as a trap. The community kept the signage because the signage was the most effective bait available. Alexandria, as a community model, is interesting for what it represents. An upscale suburban development, maintained and managed, with the specific social culture of an affluent residential community translated into a post-apocalyptic context. The homeowners association energy is real, and the show knows it. The people of Alexandria maintain certain social norms, certain expectations about how neighbours behave, certain protocols for community meetings, certain assumptions about who holds authority and why, that the show uses repeatedly to explore the gap between old world social capital and new world capability. The Hilltop is a working farm community centred on an antebellum mansion, which gives it a specific visual identity and a specific practical capacity. It grows food. This makes it the most literally essential of the main communities because food production at scale is the foundation on which everything else rests. Without the Hilltop's agricultural capacity, none of the Alliance communities are sustainable. That dependency shapes the Hilltop's political position across the middle and later seasons in ways the show acknowledges. The kingdom is the most theatrically conceived of the Alliance communities. Ezekiel's deliberate construction of a medieval court aesthetic, with himself as the king and Shiva as the royal tiger and the knights of the kingdom as the guard. Its pure performance, as Ezekiel himself eventually admits to Carol. He performs the king because the performance is what the community needed when he built it, because people needed something to believe in, and he gave them a role and a story, and it worked. That the performance required a tiger is one of the show's better jokes. The Sanctuary post-knee gun is the most unresolved community in the franchise. The saviors scattered after the war, some integrated into the other communities, some stayed at the Sanctuary, some became the Reapers in later seasons. What happened to the Sanctuary as an institution is something the show gestured at without fully depicting. The implication is that it gradually failed as a community once the coercive structure that had maintained it was removed, which is both an honest outcome and a somewhat convenient one. The Commonwealth, as already discussed, is the show's most ambitious community construction. The question it raises, and that the show never fully answers, is what a successful, large-scale community actually looks like in this world once you've dealt with the immediate survival crisis. The Commonwealth is successful by all practical measures and thoroughly compromised by its own class structure. The show suggests this is not a coincidence. One of the occupational hazards of a show running this long and accumulating an enormous cast is that some characters with genuine potential, characters the show clearly cared about, don't get the time their potential merited. I want to spend some time on several of these, because they're part of the lore too. Tyrese Williams joins the show in Season 3, having survived with a small group in a prison cell block adjacent to the section Rick's group was occupying. He's physically imposing. The show immediately uses him in combat situations. But what's more interesting about Tyrese is his specific resistance to the logic the world keeps offering him. He doesn't want to become someone who's comfortable with killing. He watches the group, specifically Carol and Rick, operate with a practical ease around violence that he doesn't share, and he's troubled by it in a way the show takes seriously. His relationship with Karen at the prison is brief and is ended by Carol's practical decision-making. His relationship with Sasha, his sister, is the more sustained version of his emotional life. They function as each other's anchor across the middle seasons, right up until the moment when having an anchor becomes a vulnerability the world exploits. His death in Season 5's What Happened and What's Going On is the show's most experimental episode structure. A hallucination sequence as he's dying, populated by the dead, Beth, Bob, the governor, Martin, who become a kind of jury of his personal moral history. The episode is visually strange and tonally different from anything around it, and what it's doing is giving Tyrese a death that is commensurate with his interior life. A man who spent years in an argument with his own instincts gets a death that is framed as the culmination of that argument. Bob Stuckey, who joins the show in Season 4 with a significant drinking problem he's trying to manage, is The Walking Dead's most cheerful character across any sustained stretch, which is a specific achievement. He's the real thing, actually optimistic. He believes things will be okay in a way that isn't naive. He's seen enough to know they might not be, but that's a kind of orientation toward the future that he's chosen rather than inherited. He and Sasha's relationship is the show's warmest romantic pairing after Glenn and Maggie, and his death, tuer mi nus, bitten before they could eat him, his final act being to reveal that he was tainted meat, is one of the show's dark comedic moments, handled with real grace. Sasha Williams, Tyrese's sister, is a character whose arc spans 5 seasons, and who the show treated with increasing ambivalence as it went. She starts as a practical, capable survivor. She becomes progressively more damaged by loss. Bob, Tyrese, her community at large, and the show follows the damage honestly, but doesn't always give it the space to breathe that the equivalent male character arcs received. Her death in the Season 7 finale is her own choice. She took a pill any guns organization provided, died in the coffin being used to transport her, and reanimated to attack him when the lid was opened. It's the agency of a person who found the only available form of action. Abraham Ford is arguably the most underrated main cast addition in the show's history. He arrives in Season 4 with a mission: get Eugene to Washington, because Eugene told him he knows the cure, and a manner that is so specific and so fully realised that he walks immediately into the ensemble as if he'd always been there. He's a military man, former, with a tendency toward elaborate profanity and a personal history that the show eventually reveals with appropriate care. His death in the Season 7 premiere is the more clean of the 2 deaths. In that episode, he dies as he would have wanted to, upright, defiant, with his last words being a statement rather than a plea. Pretty wild by any measure. Maggie Rhee, who we've referenced throughout, deserves a direct note here because her arc from Green Daughter to Hilltop Leader to Dead City protagonist is one of the show's most complete transformations, and the one most explicitly built around the specific loss of Glenn. She doesn't stop grieving Glenn, the show never pretends she does, but she carries the grief into a leadership style that is notably direct and notably unafraid of hard decisions. She became what the situation required in the way that the show keeps recognizing is the story of the apocalypse. Jesus, Paul Monroe, is a character the show introduced with enormous confidence. His first appearance, where he steals a vehicle from Rick and Daryl and leads them on a chase and then gets captured and escapes and is captured again, is one of the show's best character introductions. He's charismatic and competent and has a moral seriousness that the show found interesting. He's also gay, which the show eventually confirms in a way that the narrative treats as unremarkable and that the character, appropriately, treats as no one's business but his. His death in the Season 9 premiere, killed by a whisperer he didn't recognise as human, is the show's most frustrating waste of potential, and the fact that it comes almost immediately after his sexuality was confirmed gives it an uncomfortable quality that the show was probably aware of. I want to talk about the music for a bit, because The Walking Dead's sonic world is a significant and underappreciated part of what makes the lore feel the way it does. Bear McCreary is the composer who scored the main series, and his approach to the show is audible from the pilot. He made a deliberate choice to score the show with acoustic instruments, with folk and Americana as the tonal reference points, rather than the synthetic orchestral horror sounds that the genre typically reaches for. The result is a score that sounds like the American South, like rural Georgia, like the specific texture of the world the characters came from, and then the Walker sounds cut across it. And the contrast is part of what makes the world feel real. The main theme, the acoustic guitar piece that opens each episode, is one of the most distinctive pieces of television music from the 2010s, and it did something unusual. It didn't announce the show as a horror show, it announced it as a drama that happened to have dead people in it. The choice told you from the first notes that this was going to be about people first. McCreary used specific recurring motifs for individual characters and relationships. Carl gets a specific piece, light, uncertain, young. Rick and Carl together get a variation of it. The group gets its own sound. When the wood-berry scenes need to feel menacing without announcing menace, the score drops into something quieter and more dissonant than the main show's Americana bass. The famous use of Civilian by Y Oak in the pilot over the burning campsite sequence is the show's first use of licensed music and the most effective, a song about isolation and need played over images of fire and the dead and the first awful comprehension of what the world has become. It works because it's a human voice, fragile and tired, and the images it plays over have removed most of the context that would normally make that kind of voice make sense. Later seasons used music differently, both in McCreary's scoring and in the occasional needle drop, and the differences are instructive about what the show thought it was doing at various points. The cleaner, more conventional thriller drama scoring of some middle seasons suggests a show that had become more concerned with plot momentum than atmosphere. The return to something quieter and more specific in the final seasons feels like the show finding its way back to what it was before. The silence of the show is also part of its sound. Walking Dead was notable for long stretches of near silence, scenes that relied on ambient sound rather than score, that trusted the forest and the wind and the distant drone of walkers to do the atmospheric work. The pilot uses this throughout. Several of the show's best individual episodes, Clear, The Grove, Here's Not Here, rely heavily on silence as a compositional choice. The sound design of walkers is something worth specific attention. The vocalizations the dead make, the specific low moan, the wet sounds, the clicking in the throat, were designed to be disturbing without being overtly dramatic. They're not the screaming or roaring sounds of film zombies. They're something quieter and more monotonous, the sound of simple processes rather than of rage or hunger in any purposeful sense. It's the right choice for how the show conceptualizes the dead, not as adversaries with intent, but as a persistent environmental condition. The sound of the whisperers, the specific, barely audible, whisper-level speech they use when in or near herds, is the show's most effectively disturbing audio innovation. To hear a voice in a herd is immediately and violently wrong, because you've spent years of watching this show, learning that the dead make one kind of sound, and a voice among them is the sound of the rules breaking. The show uses this judiciously across the Whisperer arc, and it works every time. The production design of the world, the specific look of decay at different stages, the palette that shifts across seasons as the world gets further from the outbreak, is a visual form of lore. The world of Season 1 looks like emergency. The world of Season 4 looks like occupation. The world of Season 9, after the time jump, looks like something someone is actively trying to rebuild. The Hilltops Gardens, the Kingdoms Market, the banners, and the effort visible in every frame. And the world of Dead City, 15 plus years in, looks like something genuinely new. Tall buildings still standing, streets reclaimed by walkers and vegetation, the old world's bones still visible under something completely different growing on top. That visual lore, the way the world's appearance tells you where in the story you are, is one of the things that rewards close watching across the full run. The show was thinking about time as a dimension of its world, not just as a narrative mechanism. Since the show is adapted from source material that existed for 16 years before the show ended, it's worth spending some time on the most significant divergences, the places where the television series made different choices from the comics and what those choices meant. The most significant single change is the survival of characters who die in the comics, and the inverse. Sophia, who dies in the comics almost immediately after the outbreak, is the most dramatically altered case. In the comics, Sophia is still alive at the end of the comics run, having survived the entire story. On the show, she died in Season 2's barn sequence. The barn sequence is not in the comics at all. It's a television-specific invention, and yet it's one of the defining moments of the show. The logic of the change is worth examining. In the comics, Sophia's survival is part of how Kirkman explores what children in the apocalypse become over time. She grows up in it, she changes, she eventually becomes a capable survivor in ways that are directly informed by her specific losses. The show couldn't make that argument with Sophia because the show made a different argument earlier and more efficiently. By making her disappearance and death the focus of half a season, it established what looking for someone in this world costs, what it means to not find them, and what it means to find them wrong. Glenn's death happens in the comics at the same point at N.E. Gunn's hands, but with significant differences in the context and the staging. In the comics, N.E. Gunn uses the bat after a staged kill rather than a game of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. The arbitrary quality of the show's version is its own statement about N.E. Gunn's power. In the comics, Abraham's death happens earlier and differently. The show combined the two deaths in a single sequence, which concentrated the impact significantly. Andrea's fate is the most discussed divergence. In the comics, Andrea is one of the most central long-running characters. She and Rick develop a relationship. She becomes a significant leader in her own right. She survives well into the Commonwealth arc. Her death on the show in Season 3 removed this entire future, and the show never fully replaced the role she played in the comics with an equivalent character. Michonne absorbs some of it, but not all. Shane Walsh is another significant divergence. In the comics, Shane dies much earlier, before the farm, before most of the character development the show gives him. The show's decision to extend Shane across 2 full seasons gave the Rick-Shane conflict the space to become the show's central moral argument in its early period. The Governor's story in the comics is substantially longer and more brutal than the show's version. There are aspects of what he does that the show chose not to fully replicate. His own arc in the comics is also longer. He doesn't survive to the Season 4 attack. The show gave him the 2-episode Season 4 arc precisely to complicate him beyond the pure villain he was in Season 3. The Commonwealth arc in the comics is the series finale material, and while the show broadly followed its structure, large community with a class problem, political conflict, eventual resolution, the specifics diverge in significant ways. In the comics, Rick Grimes dies during the Commonwealth arc, killed by Sebastian Milton, before the story resolves. The show changed this. Carl died in Season 8, in a creative decision that the show managed with considerable care, but that diverged dramatically from the comics, where Carl is very much alive through the Commonwealth and beyond. Carl's death on the show, from a walkabout, dying slowly, writing letters to his father, is one of the most significant alterations in the entire adaptation. The whole Rick-Carl dynamic, which is the emotional spine of the comic, becomes on the show a legacy Rick carries forward, rather than a relationship he continues. Carl's letter to Rick, about the kind of future Carl hoped for, about any gun living rather than dying, about what kind of world they were building, is the show's substitute for Carl's ongoing presence as the story's conscience. The ending of the comics, which continued past where the show ended, with a fully functioning, if complicated world, with an older Judith as a visible presence, with the community of survivors having built something that looks meaningfully different from what came before, is in some ways more optimistic than the show's finale. The show's finale is hopeful, but deliberately leaves things unresolved. The comics made a harder attempt at actually depicting what winning looked like. Neither ending is wrong. They're different stories using the same materials, which is what adaptation always is. Since we've spent hours in this world, I think it's worth being honest, in the way that you can be honest about things you love. The Walking Dead had a long run, and not all of it was equally good. What it got right, consistently, was its best characters. The way it built Rick and Carol and Daryl and Michonne across years, through accumulation rather than dramatic revelation, through small choices and consistent behaviour in varied contexts, that's something television doesn't often manage. The specific quality of these characters at their best is that you believe in them as people. They have histories and habits and specific ways of being in the world. Even in episodes where the plotting was weak or the dialogue was clunky, the characters held. It also got right the thing it set out to do in its best seasons. Using the zombie premise to make arguments about human nature and social organisation that would have been harder to make in a more realistic context. The zombie premise functions as a crucible. It concentrates experience. It removes certain kinds of deflection. It makes visible things that ordinary social life keeps hidden. The show used this well when it was focused and thoughtfully, when it was patient. The visual world it created was distinctive in a way that holds up. The Georgia landscapes, the specific quality of light, the careful attention to what decay looks like at different stages. This was production design in service of storytelling, and it paid off in a world that felt materially real in a way that a lot of genre television doesn't achieve. What it got wrong, or got inconsistently, divides roughly into 2 categories. The first is pacing. The Walking Dead seasonal structure, American cable drama, approximately 16 episodes per season, was sometimes a poor fit for the story it was trying to tell. Storylines were stretched or compressed in ways that served the episode count rather than the narrative rhythm. The infamous prisoner search arc in Season 2 is the most discussed example of stretching. But there were also cases of compression, character relationships resolved too quickly, deaths that hadn't been built to, emotional beats that landed hollowly because the work hadn't been done. The second is its treatment of certain categories of character. The show's black male characters in the early seasons were consistently underwritten relative to the care applied to the white male leads. This was acknowledged, and the show improved significantly across seasons 7 through 11, but the early record stands. Similarly, the show was inconsistent about its women characters in the middle seasons. Carol and Michonne received exceptional writing, while others, particularly Andrea and sometimes Maggie, were shortchanged in ways that are visible in retrospect. The quality decline that the show experienced in seasons 5 through 8, which corresponds to the peak of its cultural dominance and the growth of its production scale, is a familiar story in prestige television. Success brought pressure. Pressure changed the conditions of creation. The conditions of creation affected the work. The show found its way back in season 9 with new showrunner Angela Kang and The Time Jump, which gave the world a freshness that the middle seasons had lost. The spin-offs present a mixed record. The Ones Who Live, which was created by Scott Gimple and Danai Gurira with a clearly focused creative vision, is the best piece of television in the extended franchise, better in some specific ways than most of the main series. Daryl Dixon has been consistently well made and has found things to do with the character and with the European setting that justify its existence. Dead City has had a strong first season and is building towards something. What the franchise established across all of this is that the Walking Dead world is large enough to support multiple different kinds of stories. It's not exhausted, it's different, and the different stories it's now capable of telling in different places with different characters asking different versions of the same questions are part of the legacy of 11 years of world building. That's worth something. A world rich enough and real enough to sustain more stories than one show could tell. The Walking Dead built that world, imperfectly, inconsistently, at considerable cost to the people inside it, but it built it. I want to end the lore portion of this video on something that's been implicit across everything we've covered and that I haven't stated directly. The Walking Dead, despite everything, is an optimistic show. This is not an obvious claim, and I want to be precise about what I mean. It's not optimistic about the apocalypse. It's not optimistic about human nature. In any simple way, the show has spent its entire run demonstrating what people are capable of doing to each other, and has been specific and honest about the worst of it. It's not optimistic that things will turn out all right in any given storyline, because they often don't. What it's optimistic about is the value of the attempt to build something, the attempt to maintain values under conditions that argue against them, the attempt to remain the kind of person who can still look at their own hands and care what they find. Herschel Green, dying at the governor's blade, still believed that people were worth protecting. That belief had been tested more severely than most beliefs get tested, and it was still there. Morgan Jones, having broken completely, built himself back up around the principle that all life is precious, and the fragility of that principle and the tenacity with which he held it was one of the middle season's most searching pieces of character work. Even Carol, who has built more armour over her warmth than almost anyone in the show, still cares. She can't not care. She's tried. The show's recurring image of someone tending something, a garden, a child, a fire, a community, is its most persistent visual argument. You tend things. In the face of a world that keeps threatening to unmake whatever you build, you tend things. Not because the tending guarantees the things will survive, because the tending is the point. Carl's letter to Rick, the one that survives Carl's death, the one that asks Rick to imagine the kind of world that could include a future for Negan, the one that becomes the season's primary moral text, is the clearest single statement of this. Carl doesn't write the letter because he knows it will work. He writes it because he believes it should be tried. Because trying is the thing, and the quality of the future depends on what you're willing to try for. That's the argument. It runs through every season, through every character arc, through the walkers and the communities and the losses and the things that survived. You keep trying. You keep tending. You carry the people you've lost in the way of someone who knows the weight is real and carries it anyway, because it's the weight of something that mattered. The Walking Dead's world ended. Its people kept going, and what they built in the ruins is not civilization as they knew it, and not something better exactly, and not something worse exactly. It's something new, built from the materials of who they were before, and who the world made them, and it's still being built, and it's not finished, and that unfinishedness is the most honest thing the show ever said. Things aren't finished, you keep going. There's comfort in that if you let it settle. The Walking Dead keeps returning to faith, not always religious faith, though that's part of it, in a way that reflects a genuine curiosity about what people reach for when the ordinary structures of meaning have been removed. Herschel's faith is the show's primary engagement with religious belief, and it's treated seriously and with complexity. He's not a caricature. He's a man with a genuine and tested relationship with God, who has watched God's world end and has had to decide what that means for his beliefs. The decision he arrives at, gradually, over 3 seasons, is that the end of the world is not evidence against the existence of meaning, because meaning was never located in the world's continuation. It was located in how you treated the people around you and whether you could face yourself. That's a specifically Protestant view of faith, and it's held by a character who is allowed to be wrong about specific applications of it while being right about the general orientation. Herschel's early insistence on keeping walkers in the barn, the view that they're still people, still worthy of moral consideration, is wrong in practical terms and right in its underlying ethic. The ethical core survives the failed application. Gay Bree-Ulstokes' faith is the shadow version, a man whose faith should have led him to open the church doors, and didn't, and who has to build a different relationship with his beliefs after the failure. His arc is the show's exploration of what you do with a faith that you failed, not whether you abandon it, but whether you can find a version that survives its own inadequacy. Gabriel's eventual comfort with necessary violence, earned slowly and at personal cost, is the show's most complicated engagement with the question of whether religious ethics are sustainable in the world the apocalypse made. Morgan's all life is precious principle, adopted from Eastman after his own breakdown, is presented as a form of secular faith, a set of values held with the same rigidity and difficulty that religious commitments usually carry. It breaks him when it's tested at the wrong moment. He rebuilds it differently. The rebuilt version is less absolute but more durable, and the show uses him to explore what happens when you encounter the limits of a principle you built your whole recovery around. The show is also interested in grief as something that has a shape and a duration, and that people move through differently. The grief model in Walking Dead is not linear. The characters don't resolve their losses in sequence and then carry them as settled history. Losses re-emerge. They interact with new losses. Carol's grief for Sophia doesn't resolve before she loses Henry, and the two griefs interact in ways that the character and the show acknowledge. Rick's grief for Laurie is complicated by his inability to process it in real time, and then more complicated by everything that follows. The show's most honest treatment of grief is its understanding that grief doesn't go where you tell it to. It arrives when it arrives, in the middle of other things, at inconvenient times, in response to triggers that can't be predicted. And the people of The Walking Dead, who are carrying more grief than any realistic cast of characters might be expected to carry, navigate that very much as you'd expect, imperfectly, non-linearly, sometimes productively, and sometimes in ways that make everything else harder. That accuracy, The show's specific honesty about what grief does to people over time is part of what makes the world feel real, even inside an impossible premise. The walkers don't make it real. The grief makes it real. One of the things The Walking Dead does most consistently well across its entire run is children. Not the way popular culture usually does children in genre fiction, not the protected innocents whose safety motivates everyone else, not the preciously wise mouthpieces for adult anxieties, but actual children in an impossible situation, doing what children do, adapting faster and more completely than the adults around them, while still being children in all the ways that matter. Carl Grimes is the clearest case. He starts the show at 10 or 11 and ends it in season 8 as a teenager who has grown up entirely inside the apocalypse. The show tracks his development carefully, not always well. There are seasons where Carl's arc is poorly served by the plotting, but the trajectory from the boy who couldn't shoot Sophia to the young man who chooses to be bitten rather than leave Sue Deek alone, who writes letters about the kind of future he wants, who has opinions about governance and mercy and the arc of history, that trajectory is one of the show's genuine achievements. Carl understands the world he's in better than most of the adults do, because he never had to unlearn the old world. He never had the old world as a reference point that he was struggling to move away from. He's native to the apocalypse in a way his father isn't, and that difference in generational position produces genuine insight that the show uses as plot mechanics, but also as genuine moral argument. Judith Grimes, born at the end of season 3, is the most extreme version of this. A child who has no memory of any other world, who was born into the catacombs of the show's darkness, and grew up entirely in whatever the show had built by season 9 and 10. The Judith we see in those seasons, sharp, direct, carrying a gun as naturally as carrying a backpack, capable of moral reasoning that the adults around her treat as genuinely persuasive rather than charming, is the show's clearest argument about what the apocalypse raises if you let it raise something rather than just surviving it. Her relationship with N.E. Gunn is the most surprising character dynamic in the late seasons. A 10-year-old girl who is the daughter of the man N.E. Gunn tormented and the granddaughter of the man N.E. Gunn killed, who has a genuine friendship with N.E. Gunn because she's too young to be organised around grievance and too perceptive to not notice that he's not what the simple version of his history would make him. She sees him as he is in the present. That ability to see the present person rather than the historical villain is presented as a quality specific to her generational position. Henry, Carol's ward at the Kingdom, is less effectively drawn than Carl or Judith, but fills a similar structural role in seasons 8 and 9. The young person whose death motivates the adults, whose potential gets used as a sacrifice to move the plot. The show is more honest about what Henry is than about what Carl was, and his death lands with the weight it should because Carol's relationship to loss has been established carefully enough that you know what losing him costs. Enid, who arrives at Alexandria in season 5 having survived alone for a period following her parents' deaths, is the show's most effectively drawn teenage survivor. JSS is her personal motto: just survive somehow. She carries it in her skin, in her constant awareness of exits and threats. Her softening, across seasons, into someone who can be part of Alexandria and then the Hilltop's medical community is small and gradual and earns its outcomes. Her death is more of a waste than most, because of how much the show had built her before the Pikes. Our Jay Grimes, Rick's younger son, is present in the late seasons without being given much to do, which is appropriate for a 6-year-old, but leaves him as somewhat undefined. The show seems to understand that his story, like Judith's early life, will be told elsewhere and in a different register. He's there as proof that the world the survivors built can include the conditions for a childhood, even if what that childhood looks like is necessarily different from anything before. The children of The Walking Dead are the show's most direct engagement with the question of what you're building and who it's for. You can survive for yourself, and some characters do, or try to. You can survive for your community, and most characters eventually arrive at this. But the children are the argument for surviving for something beyond either of those. For a future that isn't yours, for people who don't exist yet, for a world you won't live to see fully formed. That argument is made quietly, in the background, by children doing things children do, asking questions, growing, being annoying and perceptive, and occasionally wise. It doesn't need a speech, it's just there, in every season, in the faces of the people who were born after the world ended, and who will live in whatever the adults build. Something I find myself thinking about when I revisit The Walking Dead is the specific geography of the Survivor world. Not just where things are, but what the landscape tells you about the world it's part of. The American Southeast, where the main series is set, has a specific quality that the show uses with real intentionality. Georgia, in particular, is a landscape where history is physically present in a way that some American regions aren't. The antebellum architecture at the hilltop, the Civil War era infrastructure in various episodes, the specific character of rural poverty and rural wealth sitting adjacent to each other in ways the show observes without editorial comment. When the world ended in Georgia, it ended on top of other endings that the landscape still carries. The highway at the beginning of Season 2, the one the group is stranded on, the one Sophia disappears from, is I-85, heading south out of Atlanta. It's a specific road with specific geography, and the show knows this and uses it. The overpass where Carl gets shot in Season 4 exists in recognisable relation to real Sonoya, Georgia, the small town that became the show's primary physical production base. The production's relationship to real Georgia locations gives the world a specificity that a generic post-apocalyptic backdrop wouldn't have. As the show moves north, Alexandria is in Virginia. The Commonwealth is in what seems to be Ohio. The landscape changes, and the show registers this. Virginia has a different quality of ruin from Georgia. The architecture is different. The scale of suburban development is different. The specific way the forest comes back when human maintenance stops differs by region. The show's production design team paid attention to these differences, and it shows. Washington, D.C. as a destination, the promise at the end of Season 4, which collapses when Eugene admits the lie, which recurs as an actual possibility in the form of the CRM's Philadelphia, functions throughout the show as a symbol rather than a place. It's the old centre of power, the location of the institutions that failed to protect the world. Getting there was going to mean something in Season 4 in ways the show eventually abandoned, but the idea of the capital city persisted as a structural element. Where authority was, where it failed, where something new might be built. The Commonwealth being in what appears to be Cincinnati rather than DC is an interesting choice. Cincinnati is not symbolic in the way Washington DC would have been. It's a mid-sized American city with no particular political or cultural mythology attached to it, which means the Commonwealth's achievement is practical and unromantic. Not a return to the seat of the old power, but the construction of something new in the middle of the country, without the weight of symbolism. The France of the Daryl Dixon spin-off is, as I mentioned earlier, the first sustained look at the Walking Dead world outside the United States. What that reveals, through the burner variant, through the specific texture of French survivor culture, through the catacombs, is that the apocalypse expressed differently in different places. Not radically differently, the dead are still the dead, but with local variations that reflect local conditions. The implication, which the spin-offs are beginning to explore, is that the Walking Dead world is truly global, genuinely varied, and that the story told in Georgia and Virginia is one story among many that might be told. The CRM's global reach suggests some centralized power operating internationally. The New Babylon Federation suggests political structures forming across multiple communities. The world, a decade and more after the outbreak, is not simply ruined, it's reorganizing. What that reorganized world looks like across the next decade and the next generation of survivors is the story the franchise is now in the business of telling. The main series laid the foundation, the spin-offs are building on it. Whether the building eventually resolves into something that earns the scale of what came before is a question that will depend on stories not yet written. But the foundation is there, solid enough, carefully enough made, real enough in its best moments to hold whatever comes next. That's not nothing. That's quite a lot, actually. The Walking Dead has, across its run, produced one of the most sustained examinations of leadership under crisis conditions in popular television. Every major antagonist and every major protagonist is also an argument about what leadership looks like when the normal structures that legitimate and constrain it are gone. Rick's leadership model is what you might call organic authority, the authority of someone who repeatedly demonstrates capability, who takes responsibility for consequences, who is willing to make the decision that nobody else will make and then own the outcome. He doesn't claim leadership, he accumulates it, and when it accretes enough, he finds himself in a position he didn't fully seek and can't fully renounce. The problem with this model, and the show is honest about the problem, is that organic authority has no natural limit. If the source of your authority is demonstrated capability and willingness to decide, then the extent of your authority is bounded only by your own judgment about its appropriate extent. Rick's collapses into Ricktatorship are the show's clearest statements of this. A man who is usually right about the threat making the error of assuming that being right about the threat means being right about everything else. Shane's model, the authority of physical capacity and early competence, combined with the genuine care for the group's immediate survival, is the version that works in the first 6 months and fails badly thereafter. Shane's capabilities are genuinely valuable in the acute crisis. His inability to adapt those capabilities to longer-term governance is what eventually makes him dangerous. He's the right person for an emergency who doesn't know what to do with himself when the emergency stabilizes into something more complex. The governor's model is the authority of the performance of certainty. Wood Berry functions because the governor acts as if he knows what's happening and what to do, and the community, who need to believe that someone knows, respond to the performance by maintaining the community's function. This is not entirely illegitimate. There's a genuine service in providing certainty when uncertainty is paralysing, but it requires maintaining the performance at all costs, which means suppressing anything that would reveal the performance as such. Any gun's model is the authority of the explicit bargain. I protect you. You work for me. We don't discuss the terms. It's the most transactional model the show explores, and it's the most honest about what it is. Any gun doesn't pretend to represent anyone's values but his own. He makes the arrangement explicit and then enforces it consistently. The horror is in the terms, not in any hidden deception about what the relationship is. Ezekiel's model, the kingly performance, the theatre of authority, is the most interesting because the most self-aware. He knows he's performing. He chose the performance because the community needed something to believe in, and he became the thing they needed. His eventual stepping back from the performance, admitting to Carol, and eventually to his community, that he was a zookeeper who talked to his tiger and decided to be a king, is the show's most explicitly meta moment. A community leader breaking the fourth wall of their own authority to admit that all authority is, at some level, constructed. Maggie's leadership of the hilltop is built on a different foundation from any of the above. She was appointed, essentially, by circumstances rather than by any of the mechanisms that the other leaders used. Herschel's farm, Glenn's death, the specific history of losses that made her who she is, all of that becomes the argument for her leadership. And the Hilltop community accepts it because the argument is visible in who she is rather than asserted through performance. The Commonwealth's Pamela Milton represents the most explicitly institutionalized version of leadership the show explores. A woman who holds power through a combination of hereditary position, institutional authority, and the sophisticated management of a complex organization. Her authority doesn't depend on personal combat capability or charismatic performance. It depends on the institution continuing to function, and on the people within it continuing to believe in the institution's legitimacy. What happens when that legitimacy fails is the Season 11 story, and the answer the show gives is, even when the specific leader loses legitimacy, the institution itself can survive if there are people within it who believe in what it was supposed to be, rather than simply in who was running it. That's perhaps the most optimistic piece of political argument the show makes. Institutions can outlast the people who corrupt them if there's something in them worth preserving, and if enough people care enough about the preservation to do the work of reforming rather than simply destroying. Whether that argument is correct is a question that goes well beyond The Walking Dead, but the show makes it with the specificity and seriousness of something that has thought about it carefully, which is more than most genre television manages. One last thing, before the closing properly settles in. The Walking Dead has a very specific relationship with objects. Not in the symbolic way of literary fiction, where a hat represents something and the audience is expected to decode it. More practically than that. The objects in The Walking Dead carry weight because the world they exist in is a world where objects have become precious in ways they weren't before. Herschel's pocket watch. It belonged to his father, and he gives it to Glenn when Glenn asks Maggie to marry him. In the old world, it would have been a sentimental gesture, a family heirloom passed down in the ordinary way. In the world of Season 3, it's a man giving away something irreplaceable because he believes in the future enough to start one. When Glenn dies with that watch presumably still in his pocket somewhere, nobody on screen mentions it. They don't need to, you remember it. Michonne's katana. We've talked about it, but it's worth noting one more time that the show never explains exactly where it came from, which is the right choice. It arrived with her as part of who she already was when the show found her. Its history, before the frame of the story, is one of the things we don't know and don't need to. Rick's sheriff's hat, which Carl wears through most of the early seasons and then relinquishes to Judith, who is seen wearing it in the later seasons. The specific genealogy of a hat, father to son to daughter, through years of impossible circumstances, is the most concentrated version of the show's argument about inheritance in the apocalypse. What you pass on, what survives the passing, Carol's knitting and cooking, the domestic skills that are both her camouflage and her genuine pleasures. Depending on the context, she makes cookies. She knows how to make something from very limited ingredients. She feeds people, and the feeding is care in a context where care requires both feeling and competence. The cookies aren't just cookies, they never were. The photograph Michonne carries of her family, the one that shows her with Mike and Andre before everything. The show doesn't dwell on it. You see it once, maybe twice, but it's there. A person who moves through the world like she has nothing to lose is also carrying, in her bag, proof of what she lost. Daryl's crossbow goes through the world the way Daryl does, practically, without ceremony, regularly maintained. The arrows matter. He picks them up when he can, makes them when he can't find them. The economy of the weapon is part of its character. It costs you something every time you use it, and then it gives you the option to get that something back. That's Daryl Dixon with most things. The buildings matter too, the specific way spaces acquire meaning in the Walking Dead universe. The prison, the the Green Farm, Alexandria, the Kingdom's Restaurant is part of how the show accumulates emotional weight across seasons. You spend enough time in a place, watching characters move through it, watching them build routines around it, and the place becomes part of the lore. When it falls or burns or is abandoned, something that has texture and history goes with it. The Green Farm burns at the end of Season 2, the prison falls at the end of Season 4. Every home the group has built has been destroyed, which sounds like an argument against building. The show doesn't make that argument. It keeps watching people build. That's the thing about the objects and places in The Walking Dead. They're not symbols. They're just things in a world where things are harder to replace than they used to be, where keeping something intact is an achievement, where the accumulation of maintained objects is evidence of stability and care. A clean uniform, a working pair of glasses, a book with its spine uncracked. The world The Walking Dead built is full of things that survived. That's not an accident. It's the show's quietest argument. That survival is possible, that maintenance is possible, that the things worth keeping can be kept if you're willing to do the work of keeping them. Put on the hat, keep the crossbow maintained, tend the garden. That's it. That's the whole show. We've covered a lot of ground tonight, the world before the fall, and the question the show chose not to answer. The rules of the dead, how they work, what they respond to, the specific lore that makes the Walker a more interesting narrative device than most post-apocalyptic fiction's equivalent. Rick Grimes from start to finish, from the petrol station at the beginning to the quiet scene at the end of The Ones Who Live. Daryl Dixon and what he became when everything that named him was taken away. Carol's transformation, which remains the most remarkable character arc in the series. The Governor, N.E. Gunn, the Whisperers. 3 different answers to the question of what happens when survival logic is taken to its conclusion, and the conclusion is someone else's suffering. And then the spin-offs, each of which is doing something with the world that the main series couldn't or didn't. What I keep coming back to, having spent tonight in this world, is the specific quality of what The Walking Dead was doing when it was doing it well, which is taking a genre premise that could very easily have remained genre, zombies, survivors, action, and using it to ask questions that didn't require zombies. What do people owe each other? What authority is legitimate? What do you lose when you survive, and how much of that loss is acceptable? Can you remain a person you recognise across years of conditions that seem designed to unmake you? The show didn't always answer those questions well. There are seasons and storylines that spent more time with the questions than they'd earned, and resolutions that felt too tidy or not tidy enough. The franchise's expansion into multiple simultaneous spin-offs has created at times the sense of a universe being managed by committee rather than a story being told by people who know where it's going. That's a real limitation, and it's worth acknowledging, but the core of it, the thing that made this show last as long as it did, that brought people back year after year, that made Glenn's death meaningful rather than just shocking, is genuine. It's genuine attention to what people are. It's genuine curiosity about what happens to them under pressure. And it's genuine care for the characters it built, even the ones it eventually mishandled. Herschel in the prison, saying something about hope. Carol in the field, telling Lizzie to look at the flowers. Daryl crying in a burning house in Georgia. Michonne's hands chained to those 2 walkers, moving through the fog. Rick looking at his own hands in the afternoon light. Not sure who he's become. Those images stayed. They'll stay for a while longer. If you want to stick around for more of this, more lore, more character breakdowns, more time in this particular world, there are other videos on the channel. Take it at whatever pace works. You can always return to it. For now, that's everything. The world of The Walking Dead, laid out slowly, section by section, with all the digressions it deserved. Something I didn't say at the top of this video, and should have. The Walking Dead is, at its heart, a show about community. Not in the corporate retreat sense. In the literal sense, the question of what a community actually is, what holds it together, what it's for. The very first group at the Atlanta camp was not a community, it was people who happened to be in the same place cooperating out of necessity. What it became across months and losses and the slow accumulation of shared experience was something different. A group that could argue about who they wanted to be because they'd decided, without saying so, that they were going to be something together. Every community the show has built and then destroyed. The farm, the prison, the initial Alexandria, Tiua Michnas, which was already destroyed by the time we arrived. The kingdom, the hilltop, the Commonwealth, was doing the same thing, finding out whether the thing they'd made would hold, what it would hold against, where it would give way. And the communities that fell mostly fell not to walkers,